If you could erase all the pain from your life, would you?
That's the wrong one. Did I do the wrong one? Yes, I did the wrong one. Hold on one sec.
Hi.
Hey, Patty.
Hello.
I false started.
Oh,
Wait, it
no.
is that one.
I thought that was
Nietzsche,
the
right?
one you wanted. Yeah.
Yeah. I did the right one. Okay.
It's all good.
I started the Alan Watts one. I thought it was.
If you could erase all the pain from your life, would you? It sounds tempting, doesn't it? After all, who wouldn't want to get rid of difficult memories and wounds that refuse to heal? But Nietzsche, one of the most intriguing thinkers in history, believed that human greatness can only be achieved by confronting head-on the moments we most wish to avoid. Now, take a moment to think about the hardest pain you've ever faced. Maybe it was an irreparable loss, a failure that left scars, or even a period of uncertainty that felt never-ending. How did it change you? Would you be the same person without those moments? This is Nietzsche's central challenge. He believed it is precisely through suffering that we discover our strength, grow, and perhaps become something we once thought impossible. In this video, we'll explore what the German philosopher had to say about the relationship between pain and growth. We'll dive into ideas that challenge the way we see difficulties and uncover how embracing suffering could be the key to a kind of greatness only he could envision. Because perhaps what we try so hard to avoid is exactly what we need to truly flourish. Imagine a life marked by constant pain. Not just emotional pain, but physical, excruciating, and relentless. Friedrich Nietzsche lived exactly that. From a young age, he battled fragile health that seemed to never give him a break. Chronic vision problems, debilitating migraines, and an almost forced solitude shaped much of his existence. Rejected in relationships and isolated intellectually, he never found solace in social conventions. These experiences didn't just shape a philosopher who thought about pain. They created one who lived it in its rawest form. For Nietzsche, suffering wasn't an evil to be avoided, but a transformative force. Instead of running from it or seeking immediate relief, he believed pain had the power to sculpt the human spirit, like the wind that shapes mountains, or the storm that tears away old leaves to make way for new growth. Think of suffering as a storm. While it may seem devastating, it's also what fertilizes the soil for new seeds to sprout. Without that destructive force, the land would never be renewed. In his work, Nietzsche states, "What is great in man is that he is a bridge and not an end. To him, we are meant to cross over, to transform into something greater, and suffering is the bridge that pushes us to leave behind who we are and get closer to who we can become." Rather than seeing pain as an obstacle, he viewed it as the necessary path to reach a higher ideal. Nature also offers a perfect example of his philosophy. Trees growing in windy forests face constant resistance, but it's precisely that struggle that strengthens their roots and makes their trunks more robust. Without the force of the wind, they would be fragile, incapable of withstanding the inevitable storms. For Nietzsche, suffering works the same way. It's a force that challenges us, making us more resilient and better prepared for the world. It is at the limits of our strength that we truly confront who we are. For Nietzsche, suffering plays an essential role. It forces us to look inward, to recognize our vulnerabilities, and often to discover a strength we never knew we had. In a world where we are constantly seeking comfort, Nietzsche reminds us that it is discomfort that pushes us to evolve. Think of suffering as the pressure that transforms coal into a diamond. It's a long, arduous, and often invisible process. But without that pressure, coal remains just coal. Suffering forces us out of autopilot, making us question, seek new paths, and see possibilities where we once saw only walls. Now, imagine someone who loses their job. They're caught off guard because they never thought it could happen to them. At first, panic sets in. There are bills to pay, children depending on them, and rent coming due in just a few days. Every call from the bank is a cruel reminder of their situation. Sitting at the dinner table, they see the worried faces of their family, all waiting for answers they don't yet have. In the first few days, the feeling of helplessness is overwhelming. Fear seems to paralyze them, but as time goes on, they realize that standing still isn't an option. They update their resume and start sending it out to companies. But responses are slow. The savings run out, and they start making cuts. First canceling leisure activities, then facing harder decisions, like postponing their children's private school. In this scenario, something begins to change, not magically, but as a result of sleepless nights and reflections forced by pain. They remember something they used to enjoy, perhaps sewing, cooking, or fixing things, and begin to explore it as an alternative. A relative suggests selling something on social media, and with no other option, they try it slowly. This new activity, which once seemed like a mere improvisation, starts to bring in some income. It's important to clarify, however, that this isn't about romanticizing suffering. There's nothing inherently good about pain, and Nietzsche doesn't suggest we should seek it out or glorify it. The central point is how we respond when suffering becomes unavoidable, when there's no other way forward. The choice we have is to let it defeat us, or to find a way to turn it into learning or growth. This philosophy isn't an invitation to masochism, but a proposal for resilience in the face of the inevitable. Nietzsche also invites us to reflect on the story of Prometheus from Greek mythology. Prometheus defied the gods to bring fire to humanity, a symbol of knowledge and progress. For this act, he was condemned to eternal torture, with his flesh being devoured daily, yet his sacrifice gave rise to something far greater than himself: the advancement of human civilization. The myth reminds us that pain, when tied to a purpose, can create something extraordinary. Thus, suffering is not just a burden, it is a catalyst. It opens doors we might never have crossed otherwise. While difficult to accept in the moment, pain carries within it the potential to transform, to refine, and to make us shine. Nietzsche challenges us with an idea that may seem radical at first: amor fati, or love of fate. But what does this really mean? For him, it's not just about accepting what happens. It's about embracing everything, the good and the bad, the pleasure and the pain, as essential parts of life. It's looking at events, even the most challenging ones, and saying, yes, I choose this. I wouldn't change a thing. This idea is not an invitation to passivity or resignation. Quite the opposite. It's an active stance that challenges us to abandon the constant quest to control life. Think of it as a sailor learning to navigate not against the wind, but with it, adjusting their sails. Nietzsche believed that by ceasing to resist adversity, we gain a greater freedom, the ability to find meaning in everything that happens to us, even in pain. A clear example of this philosophy can be found in the life of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. Even while enduring the horrors of a concentration camp, Frankl found meaning in suffering. He believed that, even in the worst circumstances, humans have the freedom to choose their attitude. It wasn't the tragedy itself that he romanticized, but the meaning he assigned to it. His experience led him to create logotherapy, a therapeutic approach focused on finding purpose. Even amid suffering, Nietzsche invites us to reflect. What if we began to see every difficulty as a gift, an opportunity to shape who we are? This doesn't mean ignoring pain or pretending everything is fine, but recognizing the potential for growth embedded in even the hardest moments. Amor fati isn't about forcing optimism, but about accepting life in its entirety. An artistic example that reflects this idea is Vincent van Gogh's The Starry Night. Created during a period of intense mental suffering, the painting is both melancholic and hopeful. Van Gogh didn't run from his pain. He transformed it into something that resonates with millions of people to this day. His art teaches us that there is beauty even in the darkest moments. Amor fati is, therefore, an invitation to courage. It's about letting go of the desire to change the past, and instead finding meaning in it. Nietzsche challenges us to live fully, without regrets or rejections of what life throws our way. After all, would we be who we are today without the struggles we've faced? For Nietzsche, suffering is not just an inevitable condition of life, but a necessary step toward achieving something greater. He believed that the true aim of humanity isn't to avoid pain, but to overcome it, transforming it into fuel for greatness. This idea lies at the heart of his concept of the Übermensch, or overman, someone who transcends their limits, creates their own values, and turns suffering into creative strength. Think of the process of forging a sword. The strongest blade isn't made of pure metal alone. It must be heated to extreme temperatures, hammered repeatedly, and cooled under precise conditions. It's this brutal process that gives the metal its resilience and ability to withstand battle. For Nietzsche, we are like these swords. It's the heat of suffering and the weight of challenges that make us stronger and more prepared for life. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison under inhumane conditions, yet he refused to let suffering define him. Instead, he used his experience to become a symbol of forgiveness, leadership, and rebuilding. Upon his release, he did not seek revenge, but led a fractured nation toward reconciliation. His story is a living example of what Nietzsche proposed, transforming pain into something that transcends human limitations.
The Vegan Group Therapy podcast is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents, always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm to the world through continued use of shadow work. Shadow work is an arduous, unending journey of self-reflection and internal work to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Satanism is not what they taught us it is on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil or people who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are living today, living in an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant of the rules of natural law. This is the reason where we are today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick and imbalanced society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come on and speak or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on the show too much, as humans are fallible, but natural law is not. A lot of things on this show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. How's it going, everyone? It seems like, I don't know if Mercury has been in retrograde, but I know it's a full moon on top of that, as well as Friday the 13th. So we decided to do a kind of more of a psychology shadow work special, because things have been going crazy, it seems like. It's been kind of one thing after another with me.
Definitely.
Yeah, you guys feeling it too?
100%. It's like it's a washing machine on cycle.
Yeah, it's really like throughout life I didn't give much to that, but it definitely seemed like a pattern, you know. Everybody will just be kind of on edge and a little bit more anxiety than normal, and then someone will point it out that it's Mercury's in retrograde, and it's like, that's so weird how it always seems to. I mean, I don't even know if it really is, but it just seems like it to me.
I think we're past it, but I could be wrong. I can't.
Yeah, it must have been the last couple of weeks.
For sure.
Yeah.
Alicia, I can't believe you're here.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
technically.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys know I'm lying in a bed and I'm about to be seen to Finelmo finally here, so I will be cutting in and out, just for reasons which you guys know. But that's why I'm not on camera. But I'm I'm trying.
Yeah, no, understood. Like I said, I kudos for even being
Well,
here.
this is
Alicia's
important
a true
stuff.
soldier.
This is important stuff.
I know.
Alicia's what, 52 days into a water fast?
Oh, no, I did the water fast for 2 weeks and then on to organic juice. Yeah. I am.
Oh, okay. Juice fast.
After the 2 weeks of water. Yeah. Oh God, I couldn't do that. All of that. But no, just pure organic juice. And I, without getting gross, I would say the parasitic little, I think it's starting to kick my butt. The parasites can dock protest. Well, remember, I came from eating meat, right? So I've got to clean out.
Yeah.
Patty would probably understand that.
You're on the ultimate shadow work journey right now. I'm sure that you've felt amazing things. When we let go of everything that we use to suppress feelings, which is typically food or things we're addicted to, when you step away from that, you really get to know, who you are and what your triggers are. So
so
Kudos to you.
much.
That's amazing.
Oh, so I'm in a public space here. So if I ever have to quickly jump off, I'll come back on, is because someone will be coming to see me. But absolutely, and even it's interesting because memories or events can be dislodged as you clean out, right? So it is another layer of shadow work for sure, and it's not for the weak of heart. Like, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So thank you. Yes, and then of course we know that we've had some background shenanigans going on too.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up. We got. Let me see. Okay, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. So yeah, I'm just pulling something up. So yeah, so I don't know if you've been watching the show, Patty, but Alicia and Allie took the How to Become the True Media class this last session,
Nice.
which just came to an end last week. And during the class, there's like chat group. There's after class and before class, after class chat, and then there's like the gilded group that is the group that's kind of along with the class. But anyway, so someone in the class was kind of I would say harassing Alicia.
Yeah, and I'm just
kind
going to
of
go
like
silent.
wild
I'll
on
go
her.
silent as you talk. I have to jump off a second, but you're talking and I'll listen
Okay.
in the background. Okay.
Okay. So there's not much moderation going on in these groups, right? And so someone kind of went a little crazy on Alicia a couple times, accusing her a bunch of stuff that she didn't do, and like kind of like calling her names and really wild.
A couple people did. It was more than one person.
Yeah, it was more than just Darren. Oh yeah, I guess Jerry too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, you know,
Happens when you go in public, but
it's a dynamic, that it's you're exposing yourself to other individuals in a social group, and it's a sort of community that's formed, of course, just happens. We're all taking this class together. There were some things that happened in some other chats, let's say. So everyone, all these students, we all have our own, like this is our own sort of platform. Other students had their own chats, but
they all met each other.
Yeah.
In Mark's class.
Correct. Yeah. all these people we're talking about, we all met through How to Become the True Media 2024. So during one of these, was it I think it was the after class. So when the class opens up, all the students can talk with each other. Mark no longer being present. One of the students shared a story, which was an experience they had of something outside of the group. They told this story, so the conversation was, the subject matter was of not, wasn't technical curriculum regarding the course or anything. It was off topic discussion. So during that time, and feel free to jump in maybe if I'm forgetting anything or you want to fill in.
So Alicia brought up in the after class, hey, this person's kind of a couple times flipped out on me. There's someone from this class. I'm addressing him, Darren, this isn't cool. How you've been talking to me isn't cool. And she had like a couple minute, just kind of foreshadow work on this guy, in public.
And bringing it up to the community, right? Because this is where her correspondence started with this person. It was they all met. We all met
the paid class.
This class that we all paid to be there for. We all paid to take.
So So she was very calm, very concise, to the point. There was no calling the guy names or anything like that. Just like, hey, I just wanted to put this out there because it's happened to me, and I feel like I need to. I feel like I need to put it out there, right? And so there had been no moderation. Okay, so the guy in question showed up and did another crazy screaming, ranting outburst. In the after the class, with 150 people listening, just screaming, calling her awful names, telling her that she's always talking about like space aliens when she's never said the word space alien once in the just like kind of just like completely unhinged. And so the moderators of the group do nothing. One of a guy who's in the class, who's a psychologist that kind of acts as like a de facto moderator. After the guy went on another rant, calling her all these names, I think Alicia responded to him, and then this guy Dustin Plattner, the psychologist of the group, shows up and just basically is like, look, Alicia, like, this isn't very productive. Like, I don't know what you expect to happen here, but I think we should just like move on from this subject. Basically telling her to go fuck herself and shut up. When him as a psychologist and as a practitioner of shadow work, should have saw the opportunity as a amazing opportunity to show his talents and things like that. But instead of doing that, he basically shut her down. And then the real moderator, Will Keller, was nowhere to be found. He was there, but just there and listening, but not doing anything. So anyway, the class went on how it normally went. And then we did kind of a review of it on the show, and Alicia responded.
I'm back. I'm back.
Happened. What's that?
I'm back.
Yeah, Alicia responded about what happened in a chat in the Gilded group chat, I believe, and left links to the show we had where we reviewed the behavior basically and commented on the behavior. And we got a really funny response from all of the parties in question. Just complete, like, borderline temper tantrum outburst.
I would say narcissism.
Blaming everybody else, making big deals about like non-issues, like trying to just like deflect. And really all they had to say was, oh, our bad, like we probably should have stepped in and shut that down early, like he was kind of being out of hand. And during this time, okay, so she responds and we get these ridiculous outbursts from these guys. And during this time, Darren comes on the show, after, and like does like, we see a huge transition from Darren, and he's like, it was really cool. You guys, apologized. Yeah. And was just like, it really was necessary for me to have my feet held to the fire, to get me through whatever it was he was going through. And he's got mental health problems. He was an orphan in a psych ward in his teens and all kinds of stuff. So we recognize that he got triggered for some reason and just kind of lost himself. And so he came to the show and thanked us and apologized, and like we're all good with Darren, right?
Very good now.
But
very good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but these other guys, are still having this outburst.
They've landed
and
their
just blaming
on,
everything. Go ahead,
They've
Alicia.
landed their spaceship. I call it on planet denial. It's astounding. As you said, just a mature and emotionally healthy response would be, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Let us review that and see if we can change that for people next year. And that was the whole goal. Like, this has happened. and then let's just make it safer for people, to come. But no. And the worst of it was you had, well, we've reviewed it, but Will
Oh, the
Keller
daddy
tried to
thing.
pull the daddy card. You have daddy issues and I don't want to be your daddy. This is disgusting. I am old enough to be his mother, probably. Like, gross, dude.
That's Will Keller said that
Yeah.
to Alicia
Yeah.
in response to him not moderating a group he's been left by Mark Passio entrusted with. The guy doesn't like. There are other very toxic people in the groups. There are people that talk shit about Mark Passio in his group, which shows you that kind of whoever moderating isn't moderating very well, and it just seems like people are asleep at the wheel over there, and everyone paid really good money to get into this course, and it was kind of wild to have them attack Allie. Also, they've attacked they attacked Allie and Alicia.
Yeah,
basically just because they're on my show.
Sure.
And
we made a donation. Obviously, we know the side thing of that is we've made a donation for the course. Yeah. He has a different setup, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like, it's just really a shocking behavior by these guys that are supposed to be pillars of shadow work. Instead of, okay, that's where I was going. Instead of Will or Dustin, who, Dustin's been on the show here. We were cool with Dustin, and he defected and kind of, just like kind of started showing his true colors. But, all these guys, this is a live show. It's open anytime. I post the link to come up, throughout the day, the night in the chat. These guys could come up here and have a single conversation with me. And like a lot of this stuff will probably be done. But they're so scared that they have to attack Allie and Alicia and completely like go unhinged on them in public.
Yeah.
Because they're too scared of me. They're mad at me, so they're taking it out on them, which is just shocking. From pillars of shadow work, I think shadow work is supposed to be about how you react after you've done something wrong.
For Patty, it's probably worth, if Patty doesn't know just the bad, like the crib notes on this one. Dustin, so he says, has a master's in psychology and actively does shadow work for clients. So if anybody should be well situated to assist in this, it would have been him, and he didn't, and then he outright lied. So there's a really odd psychological situation going on where I don't know if this is a group thing where they're just trying to support, I call it the cult of Will Keller, so that they have grace and favor in the I call it the One Lurk network now. We took from, who was it that said that? I think it's brilliant. Because it's lost value. It's lost credibility at this point. And it takes so little to try to change this, but it shows that it's riddled with issues and it's not safe. It's not healthy. And that's why we're just having this discussion. It could have been so long put to bed. It's ridiculous. And then you had Jerry, who actually, as we've unearthed, was the person who ultimately triggered Darren, which we've discovered, and we'll try to work on that with him at a later point, privately. But yeah, it's been a very interesting thing. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, it's just been pretty disappointing because it just seems like, these guys are just all... And like, I don't know, I was looking at, we were on the show last week, we were looking at the One Great Work Network, and we're like looking in people's, there's like, no one's even got, like, all the links are all broken. Like, like, it's just, it's sad to see, just like nothing, what could have been the greatest network out of the truth movement, just kind of like someone's asleep at the wheel, and, these guys, aren't practicing what they preach. These guys are into socializing more. This weird like intellectual curiosity that these guys have in Mark Passio, but they don't actually take his stuff serious, which is something I'm starting to see, with kind of anyone around there. It's just, I don't know, it's been shocking. But these guys, they're being very what am I? Avoidant. They're being very avoidant. They're being yeah. It's just, we're just kind of, this just happened the last couple of weeks, so we've just been kind of talking about it and using it as a subject of an analyzation of foreshadow work. But yeah, so it's been, I don't know, it's just kind of sucked and been disappointing, and and these guys just hide. I don't know, but we have a clip, a pretty rag clip from Mark from the what? I gotta pull this video file up really quick. Someone wants to talk.
I just noticed in the chats, and I'm sitting I'm not in my normal place at home here, but it looks like somebody called Esteban, which Ali, you would know, is in our group, said something about armchair quarterbacks or something. It's very weird because this individual is actually one of the younger ones, if not the youngest in the class. And I know that in a conversation with another classmate,
that
can you
kid.
see that? Like,
Yeah, in the chat.
yeah, somebody was actually concerned for him, ironically. So I don't now it seems like, I don't know if that
So
comment
the
seems to
first
be
time I heard the term forced
Sorry about that, Alicia.
No, go for it. Just let it go. That's fine. It's really to protect actually even some of the younger ones as well, who are probably not as it takes a lot to stand up to this stuff and to recognize it and see the patterns. So it's just unfortunate.
Come on up, Esteban.
Yeah.
Why don't you come talk to us about what happened?
Well, yeah, I'm curious. Again, I'm curious what the perspective is here, because
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, just like through all of this, what I'm seeing, I mean, I've participated very little in the outside group chats anywhere on the Telegram, Gilded.
So
I
don't know.
And so the yo might want to
Hey,
up. There we go.
guys.
What's up, Aryan?
Yeah, I'm awake still, so I thought to jump in, join the conversation.
That's so cool. I feel like this conversation. Really... Go ahead. Huh? Sorry. I just feel like this conversation should be something that. Okay, I'm going to go silent here. I've got somebody that's about to speak to me. I'm going to jump off a second.
Okay. Go ahead, Aryan.
I really don't understand. It's so, this not speculation, but the degradation of the One Great Pork Network that you're talking about. I thought that is like the best of the best there, right? Like Passio,
I thought that too.
Like that he gathered people with integrity, right? And people who are emotionally mature, and psychologically, not infant mentality, not I'm offended type of people, not, because I still listen to his podcast. I'm on podcast number 140 now, maybe, I don't know. And I'm gonna do this and just say I did this, right? Not because to prove anybody else, but to say it. I came from number 1 until 200, right? Just for the sake of it, just I can do it, right? But I'm listening to this and why do they have are they afraid of seeming like they are ignorant to the consistency of morality, right? Are they don't want to seem to seem ignorant or to be ashamed or afraid of that, they're rejecting criticism, right? Constructive criticism. So,
yeah. And we started off very mildly with them. Like we started off asking, like tough questions, but like questions that people in their position should be able to answer quite easily. And instead of answering it, they've blocked us, and now they're attacking the ladies on my show, like belligerently. Like
I mean, it sounds like it's like a cultic behavior, but it's not a cult,
Do you think
it's go ahead.
Do you think this stems from? Can you hear me? Okay, I want to make sure.
Yeah, we hear you good.
Do you think this stems just from the eating of animals? Is this why some people are bitter? 'Cause I know, that this at a baseline seems to be such a sensitive topic when you want to impose that somebody should change their diet. And that's kind of what this group is trying to put into the face of everyone. That animals are sentient beings that
should not be exploited. Yeah,
exactly. So I think we're bringing up that that idea that we're proposing that this is part of the shadow work. This is part of how one can align with natural law more easily.
Yeah, how you can move up the Mount Dumb. How did you say Mount?
Mount Stupid. Mount Stupid.
You think because I've been
you put camp there, then go another camp higher, right?
Yeah, because I don't know what's been going on.
It is another summit.
Well, because I don't know what's going on, I just kind of feel like this sounds like they're attacking the vegans.
Well, yeah, and Alicia went vegan on the show, so so they're and I mean it's partially the vegan. That's always going to be why we have resistance with anyone, anywhere we go, anywhere I go.
It's always
I have resistance.
Pleasure. I don't want to. It's about pleasure, right? Addiction.
Yeah, they don't want to have to do that, and they want to minimalize veganism as that's just something that like whatever. It's like cool if you do it, but it's like no, this is a major part of your. It's a major part of your karmic inventory.
Identity.
Eating animals every day. But the other part of it is that they do. Ali and Alicia do hang out on my show, and I'm the devil to these guys. So. They're like Will's response was so like
vitriolic.
Belligerent.
It was ridiculous.
and like it was so crazy.
You're just you're always mirroring them. I mean, not mirroring, but
projecting.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think
I don't know why. It's just quick. I commented on his some video, or I don't know, and I said like also other sentient beings, and he like agreed, but he's not vegan. I don't like. I was confused. Like, what do you agree with when you're not vegan? He like said, yeah, of course, something, but I was like, maybe he didn't understood my comment or something like. He was maybe just
the guy that says that chickens leave eggs around for humans. That's what he told us.
Okay.
Like that they just leave them around for him, so he has a right to them.
I think
part
of what we're seeing, I think it's a complicated situation. Patty, you nailed it at the beginning in part when you said that even when you do this, even just detoxifying, that is shadow work. And at the top of this is shadow work, and either going full force into it or avoiding it. And when you avoid it, that little subconscious ego person can really kick out. And I think that part of it was the complication. I mean, Jerry and Dustin are both vegans. Outwardly, they're vegans. Darren is transitioning it to try to get healthy for himself. Will is the one who apparently isn't. But I think we're also seeing where you can have, even in the truth movement, what I think is what I'm, and I'm not a psychological professional, but it sometimes doesn't take a genius, is you're seeing personality, what could be perceived as a psychological personality disorder here, like narcissism, where, it's also abusing the place of privilege and other people trying to back them up and protect them instead of going into the fire, as Marx suggests, through petty tyranny and what have you, and holding people's, holding them accountable repeatedly when you see that something's off. And every single one of us has work to do constantly, right? So it's not an isolated, just a finger point here. Anyways. I hope that little preamble helped a bit, but
you guys invited me to the show.
How's it going, Esteban?
It's going good.
So,
cool.
what's your opinion on whatever it is that made you come here and leave that comment?
Well, my opinion is I think it's a big waste of time, and honestly, all of us should let that go in the past and work forward from here to educating the population. If we're too stuck on the past and we can't move forward, how can you talk about shadow work? It does not make sense.
I would say the opposite.
The
I would say the opposite. If you keep giving people,
because you're not in the present moment, you're still.
It is being in the present moment.
No, it's not.
It is.
Explain how's talking about previous altercations 24/7 on your show, where the show's meant to show people morality, but you're just talking about frivolous activities. How is that being in the present moment?
To you, if you see it as frivolous, and respectfully, Esteban, you're young. Okay, you've got some, wisdom is earned through, I believe you're putting a lot of time and effort into it. I'm not negating that, but years.
Wisdom is through right action. It doesn't matter how old you are.
And that's a judgment call on your part to say that this isn't the right action. And so we'll just agree to disagree. So it's unfortunate because when you have people who help to try to create change so that future generations can have it easier or better, understand that it takes work, and we stand on the shoulders of people who came before us. And you're seeing a bit of that happen. If you don't see the value of this, then move on and don't listen.
What are you showing your audience when you're fighting with fellow members who are here to?
It's called foreshadow work. What do you mean, bro?
No, you're showing just childish behavior. You're
fighting with
we're exposing people's shortcomings.
Absolutely.
That they aren't exposing themselves.
You're fighting with the people that are here to help free humanity.
I'm going to forgive my French. That's bullshit, because they are showing unhealthy patterns and unhealthy.
Just because they could do. Go ahead, Alicia.
If this is so unhealthy, what has been going on to other classmates and students, and it's abuse of privilege and leadership, and it's scare tactics to those that want to be in the network, who toe the line and try to hide all of the skullduggery. If that's the frequency you're on, good luck with that.
This is new age bullshit.
It's not actually. You're into new age bullshit.
No, ignoring you exactly what you said. You just came here and said, "Oh, we can't live in the past." That's fucking new age bullshit, bro.
Exactly.
We're forcing people to do shadow work. We're forcing them to look at their shortcomings.
You don't force people. You can't. You don't force. That's something they do within. All right. All shadow work is.
You need to be paying more attention to Mark Passio, bro.
Mark. Yeah. Shadow work was from you.
Shadow work comes from.
I've heard of shadow work before, but when you say forced shadow work, right? I look at movies, for example, like you remember that movie Hypnotic with Ben Affleck? Mm-hmm. Well, he kind of plans
breach of contract.
His awakening around certain things, so that then he can wake up his wife, and then they wake up at the end together, and they become one, and all that stuff.
Right.
But when you talk about forced shadow work, and you kind of see how there has to be some sort of path that the person needs to follow, and it cannot be forced. How do you see that happening?
When I say forced shadow work, what I mean is if people engage the process of petty tyranny, which means you are not staying silent about what must change, and you are not telling somebody, you hear this all the time in New Age circles, everybody's perfect just where they are. Absolute fucking nonsense. Absolute nonsense. What?
This is
Did you hear that, Estaban?
Breach
Did you
of
hear
contract.
what your mentor just said?
This is different. This is breach of contract. You're not supposed to show the after.
100% New Age bullshit.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to put that over me?
Because this assumes
and this is
that
out of
just because you are at a certain place, that you're meant to be there at that particular time and place. And it also assumes you've been doing your work and you've been doing your best and you've been giving your effort to improve, and that just happens to be where you are at. And that's complete nonsense. What is really going on, if the truth be told, and if we're being honest with ourselves, is many, 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 many people, and in all honesty, let's just say it right out, most people are 100% stagnant. They're not trying, they're not improving, they're not progressing, and they don't give a fuck. Let's be honest. Let's cut through all the pretense and say it actually how it really is. Most people on this planet have their thumb up their ass and they're not trying. They give no effort. What they want in this lifetime is total comfort, to have fun all the time, to placate their fucking little ego all the time, and to have all their time to themselves. Let's face it, that's what almost everybody on this planet fucking wants. And not just do they want that, they do that. You see, there's a difference between wanting those things and then foregoing them and saying there's something bigger happening here than just my bullshit. I want those things too. I want comfort. I want to feel good. I want to go out and have a good time all the time. I forego that to do this work. I take on the responsibility first, and then I'll fill up my other time with things that I want to do for me and take some self-care time. Most people never start one lick of this work in their whole fucking lives. And they're perfectly content to stay like that. So when I say forced shadow work, and I'll use this term in my seminar, what I mean is other people have to see the stagnation and they have to conclude that it's unacceptable. And they have to put through their voice, with using their voice, they have to put out there into the universe, this is an unacceptable situation and it must change. And here's the reason. It's not moral for it to just stay like that because of our condition. We've worked ourselves into such a fucking corner. We've worked ourselves into such a fucking prison. It's not moral to just allow it to stay like that.
I know what you mean. So what you're saying is that for the people that are to call out shadow work that needs to be done by others, you're saying the people that can identify,
That's
they're
correct.
the ones that need to learn how to do the force shadow work for, to identify the blind spots on others.
Now listen, how many influencers, I'm not going to say podcasters, people with a video show, doesn't matter. How many influencers in this world, and there's a whole lot of them, and way bigger than me as far as numbers and subscribers, etc. Okay, people who they actually have their attention and have their ear, and people who actually give them credit that they're some kind of a learned person that should be listened to, versus someone like me who hardly a fucking goddamn soul in the world is listening to. You know, I mean, imagine all those influencers. How many of them are actually telling their audience that they have to improve? That their audience must improve. They're not telling them anything like that. They're pointing fingers externally. Oh, it's this group, it's this group, it's this group of people, it's these guys, it's these guys. They're not saying it's the fucking people. They're not saying it's their own listeners. Nobody, there's not one person who says what I say. Zero. Nobody has ever come forward and attacked the very movement that they're a part of the way I have. Ever. In the history of Earth. Ever. Find them. I want to hear them say it. I know they're not out there because I would have heard it. I would have heard it 100 times over if it existed. I'm the only one.
They might say it, but in a super like generic, non-really, neutral way,
Let's give it to them with a little sugar pill, everybody. They're not fucking talking like I'm talking. Because they're afraid of money. And I don't give a fuck about money. I will either have money because the universe provides it because I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, or I'll live in the fucking street. It doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care. I'm going to spit the fucking truth. The end. I don't care if I'm a fucking pauper. It doesn't matter. I'm going to say what's true and real. And the bottom line with all of it is not enough people are telling people how they need to change. And then you can't be a hypocrite. You have to have done that change upon yourself in order to fucking throw the stone at someone else. Like I say, I don't live in a glass house. I can throw the stone. I don't live in a glass house. Those who live in a glass house should not throw the stone. I can throw it. I have special dispensation, let's say, because I've done that shadow work upon my fucking self. And I'm doing the great work. I'm not a hypocrite. There's a difference between being a hypocrite and telling somebody else they have to change in a certain way versus have you actually done that work upon yourself? And then you got to honestly. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mark. And the reason why I'm asking is because when you say the term before, like 3 weeks ago, when you said forced shadow work, I thought of myself where I think I've told the story to others, but I didn't begin seeing changes in my life until I was sick of everything, and I was in a really low place, and I just opened my arms to the sun, and I asked the sun, what the hell is going on? Like, I want to know right the hell now. Tell me right now. I want to know what the, I said to myself, what the fuck is going on? Like, I cannot put up with this anymore. Tell me what the fuck is going on. I want to know right now. And from that day on, my life changed completely.
Quite frankly, great place to direct the question. You want to direct the question directed toward the most powerful aspect of nature that any of us will in this lifetime probably get, close enough to, because the sun is a unimaginably powerful consciousness. I mean, all the stars are.
I believe so too.
Yeah, that's the light.
I think the sun is holding something. And it answered for sure. And I think if people did that, they would maybe find out something,
Nothing can live without the stars. No life can exist without them. Look at the power and energy that they bring. They're the lights of the universe. I mean, come on, Yeah. If more people even just connected with nature like that and asked for some answers, they'd be given. And the question is, are you going to listen? There's
honestly,
so many answers out there. It's brimming from behind every fucking blade of grass. The real problem, the real question is, are people going to listen? That's the real question in all of this. And the problem is most people aren't listening. They're not open. Their minds aren't open, their ears aren't open, their mouth's wide open, and they're constantly flapping the fuck away at the gums, but they're not really listening.
But then it's like a bandwidth thing, you know. So even if the person is open, the capacity for them to hold this energy and nourish it and see it through and see the changes, that alone, it's like it's all up to the individual to have that.
Right.
The capacity to even understand and make sense and see, like, okay, this is why it's happening. You know, I know for me, it scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but then I remembered, I was like, okay, I asked the sun to do this. This is what's happening. And I just let it flow. I just went with it. And whatever was happening to me, I thought to myself, well, this is part of the process. And I just trusted the whole thing. And it's taken about 10 years.
You got your ego out of the way. That's what it takes. And you trusted in the natural process and didn't try to skip it. Didn't try to take a shortcut. You got to be open. You got to listen. You got to receive. And that's the problem. I could put out like a gigantic energy conduit. If other people are closed off, they're not receiving. That's the problem. What we need is for them to open up.
And trust.
Yep.
Anyways, Mark, thanks so much. Just wanted to point that out, the whole shadow work thing. Great. I can't wait till you come up with your thing.
Just as a caveat here, Ralph, before I let you go, forced shadow work doesn't mean you can force anybody to do the work. Forced shadow work means you are constantly on top of somebody to say they must begin and continue that process of self-improvement. So you're constantly nudging them, and let's just say it, fucking nagging them. People need nagging. They
do that.
Be nagged. The problem is so few people are willing to fucking nag anybody because they're so afraid of fucking, I'm going to hurt their feelings. They're not going to be friends with me anymore.
Not me.
We're going to have tension. This is going to rock the boat. Who gives a shit? Freedom's being destroyed. Human spirituality is being destroyed. Life on this fucking planet's being destroyed. And you're worried about whether one fucking person likes you? Instead of telling them, hey, you're fucking up. And you're a part of what's fucking this all up. And if you don't fucking improve, it's going to continue to be fucked up. No, nobody wants to say that to somebody else because they want to be fucking liked. Well, good luck explaining, wherever our consciousness goes next, that you are very well liked, but you let the fucking great work fail and fall to fucking pieces and tyranny take root and take over just because you wanted to be fucking liked. Yeah. Enjoy that. I'm not obviously referring to you, Ralph. I'm saying anybody that takes that mental attitude, So you get what I'm saying. That's what forced shadow work really is, okay? It doesn't mean you can do the work for someone else, but it means that you got to turn that corner and become a petty tyrant to tell other people where their failings are, especially when you can just see it's just them being fucking lazy and selfish. These are the main factors. People want to stay that way because it's easy and it's comfortable. And that's not acceptable. And we need to tell them so. The truth is spoken into existence. If it doesn't have a voice, it doesn't manifest. See, we don't just sit back and say, oh, the truth will defend itself. This is more New Age bullshit. The truth needs a defender. Otherwise, it comes in and it gets killed and it gets wiped the fuck out if nobody is speaking it. And that's who doesn't speak it. Cowards, lowlives, people who fucking want all their comfort, people who fucking want all their time for themselves.
You guys love to breach contract, and I bet you guys
cowards that won't even show their face on a panel show.
You don't even
the same form of being a fucking lowlife as all these other fucking pieces of trash.
What are the failures of consciousness?
I've said this on previous calls, but I'm shocked that this is the least popular thing I've ever said to anybody. Is that you're supposed to be a good person? Here's what it means: don't initiate harm. Like that's by far the least popular thing I've ever told anybody. I got the most pushback.
It's amazing when you realize how many people on this planet are just verminous, rat, trash, evil.
Yeah.
They don't care about any aspect of anything that is good. They never think for one fucking millisecond beyond their own selfish bullshit comfort and their own self-concerns. They're just fucking Satanism through and through to the core of their black-hearted being. And that's most people living on this planet. Most. This is the infinitesimal minority. The people who think beyond themselves, the people who want to understand what is good, want to understand what is right, want to propagate that knowledge, don't want to be lazy fucking trash fucking bums, and actually want to devote their time and their energy to learning and doing something about this. They're the only good people on this planet.
And it comes as a shock because everybody seems nice and pleasant, and we're taught that that's what morality is, right? Just be nice
breach
and
of
you're a good
contract.
person. And it's
Niceness is goodness, don't you know? You know,
Yeah.
I'm apparently not good because I'm don't sound nice. I don't sound pleasant.
As you're not supposed
So
to
if I, like I said, that's why I did all the vitriolic sarcasm that I did in the last season of my show, saying, if I speak with this nice little voice and I say things so pleasantly to everybody, like I'm such a pleasant person, then obviously that means I'm a good person. And that means I could just tell you all the lies in the world. Like, you don't have to learn anything. You could just be a total ignoramus. But as long as I'm saying it like this, I'm a good person, right? Yeah, you don't need any responsibility. Just go and do whatever you want and be a selfish asshole. Doesn't matter. You don't have to do anything beyond yourself. You don't have to look at anything beyond yourself. You don't have to get involved in anything. You don't have to give of your time or your attention or your energy. You just be a selfish prick your whole life. And that makes you good. And if I say it like this, it must be true. But if I say the truth harshly, it must be false. Because I'm saying it with a harsh tone, even though it's exactly what people need to hear. And what, I'm supposed to just say it with some flowery, fake fucking garbage voice instead of my own voice? I did that, first of all, for too long.
So, just one quick question on clarifying veganism and natural law.
This here is Darren, who we had the original problem
Hey,
with.
let's talk. Me and you. Let's all talk.
As of now,
Let's
probably
stop.
80 to 90% of my meals are vegan, if not
Mhm.
vegetarian. People are starting to notice, and I've spoken to some people who understand at least the concept of natural law. But one thing that I'm seeing with people, even in the freedom movement, like Larkin Rose, they seem to think that since natural law applies to beings with
You have no
free
concept
will
of
or moral agency, that it doesn't apply to how humans act upon animals. They think, well, animals don't understand natural law, therefore meat eating isn't violence. But it's only, and they think by it's not binding on them, it binds our behavior towards them. But I can't seem to get some people to understand that, yeah, natural law kind of, it restricts us. It doesn't restrict
That's
nature.
correct. That's why saying, oh, an animal kills another animal. Well, that's because they're animals. The reason we are bound by natural law is because we have the capacity to understand that doing violence to another being is not moral. And the only question that you need to ask and understand the answer to is, does the body of another being belong to you? Or does it belong to that being?
Ding, ding.
And when you say the body of another being, there's your answer. It's right in the wording. Possessive case. That's it. It means it's their property, not yours. Otherwise, you refer to it as your body, not the body of that animal. There's no other argument required. Whose property is it? That's the beginning, middle, and end. If people don't understand that, they do not understand property and they do not understand the non-aggression principle.
Case closed.
Let's talk. You have no value of your own, so you have to play other people's stuff all the time. You cannot talk.
It's not other people's, it's objective truth, man. But he's talk.
You have nothing of your own, so you have to play other people's stuff.
I think you're muted, Jeff.
Oh. Esteban, do you still eat meat and dairy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I figured. Not surprised.
Why?
Well, I'm working on, becoming a vegan.
Oh.
But that's besides the point. That doesn't pertain from the
like
original argument. That's attacking of the character. That's a logical fallacy. So let's get back
What's taking you so long?
Let's get back to the original argument.
Now, what's taking you so long? You're just going to continue to do something you know is immoral? Just because you want to.
What about you guys? You're breaching contract. That's immoral. That's lying. That's
I have no contract with Mark Passio.
You just
I don't know
played
what
a video.
You're talking about.
You just played the video that was in the class, and he told us, he told the students not to share that with other people.
Not to share his tech course, not the idle after talk or whatever chat. So you can keep focusing on that like Will Keller. You could keep white knighting for Will Keller since he's too much of a coward to come here. But you can keep denying, deflecting to this. Oh, Mark doesn't want this stuff exposed.
You don't understand natural
yes,
law.
He does.
At a fundamental level, the ground you stand on is broken.
So what's taking you so long?
At a fundamental level, the ground you stand on is broken.
Okay.
What is all right? If you know consciousness so well and you know shadow work, just tell me the failure of consciousness and tell me the fulfillment of it.
What's taking you so long, Esteban? Why are you still eating sentient beings unnecessarily?
What is the failure of consciousness? And then what is the fulfillment of it? If you're so awakened.
Consciousness, Esteban, the failure of consciousness is that people in this community, you have to
when it comes to thought, emotions, and actions.
Class. Are you going to let me respond, or are you just going to keep talking over me?
All right, keep talking.
The community that has arisen around this class, around Mark Passio, there's certain social hierarchy dynamics that happen. That's just we're humans. It happens, right? So the dynamic that is formed here is such that it is blocking actual serious work that needs to be done within this community, right? We're all students of natural law, all of us, including Will. So to treat the issues that were brought up, the drama that we were talking about before, it's relevant because this is really important, right? This is all. If someone is bringing up an issue, hey, I'm being attacked by other members of this course, that should be something relevant. And I just want to bring up another thing. This was Will and Dustin were very concerned with the fact that Alicia and I were referring to Dustin as a moderator. Now, I acknowledge that Dustin's not a specified official moderator to that group, but he was acting as a moderator in that conversation. Maybe you didn't hear the specific one we're talking about. Maybe you can go back and check it out. But we're not just blindly attacking these people because we don't like them. This was a serious issue that was brought up. This is very important. This is shadow work, right? We're all about shadow work. We're all about aligning with natural law. This is an issue that has since been resolved. The issue that was brought up and then was shut down by Dustin, who stepped in and acted as a moderator and said, hey, we're not going to talk about this because it's not relevant to the group that happened outside the group. That's BS. Dustin was just sharing a story of something that happened to him outside of the group right before Alicia shared her concerns, and it was shut down, and we brought it up. And they are triggered again because of Jeffrey and this show talking about them. This is an open panel. They can, whatever their issues with Jeffrey are, they have a chip on their shoulder, and they treated Alicia and I as such with that chip on their shoulder. So this is these are the issues that we're bringing up, and this is why we're playing this clip. This is very relevant. This is something recent. Right now, Mark is talking about. Yes. So, and we are not sharing any technical information about the
Recency
course.
bias.
Advertising the course. I edited in the dates for the next course on this clip that was just playing. This is an app where I've not shit talk the course. I'm promoting the course outside of warning people, hey, don't get too caught up in these social dynamics. People are treating this like they're, this is their family. We've talked about some other people who they've spoken out in the group, hey, I don't even have people in my life. This is my new family. We're all trying to make connections and network. We're all trying to do that, but we get caught up in that, and we get, we side with things socially. And that's so, I'm just letting you know, this is a dynamic here. I think this is like a perspective issue where you might have this perspective of, I get it. All the cool kids in the class are saying one thing and they don't like what we're saying, but that's kind of what it is. We're not sitting at the cool kids table, and, sorry, but the truth is the truth. And again, I'm confident of Mark seeing this and not having a problem with us sharing this, with me sharing this. But if he has a problem, he can let me know. But again, I stand by this. I think this is something, this is stuff that everyone needs to hear, and it's very relevant. So yeah, I yield. Thank you for letting me speak, Esteban.
And thanks for having the balls to come up here.
Yes.
Look,
the first person.
I just want you guys to know that, hey, we're in this together. We want freedom, right? But I'm just saying it's just a waste of time to try to fight the members in the class, or to even like
that's
try to
new age bullshit, bro.
No, it's
don't break anyone down. Oh, just we all need to support each other. It's all new age bullshit, bro. Like, are you listening to Mark at all?
Why do you think we are fighting? I don't know why. Why?
Yes, it is. I think it's a whole mockery when you put the death card or the devil card and you put their face on there. That's like a cult mockery. All right, that's some fuck shit. All right.
No, it's.
Why do you think
it is? Come on, man. Stop acting dumb.
Fighting. I don't know.
You're calling them slaves, bro.
Their chains are loosely
You're calling
bound.
them slaves. You're saying you're not fighting them?
We're calling out a
what
gap.
Type of mockery is that? When has anyone done that to you in the class?
People come here on this podcast and do it all the time, and people have in the class. I mean, I don't know if you were there sort of in the beginning of the course, and the Telegram outside of class group. People were criticizing each other. It was carnists versus vegans. It went hardcore there.
Though.
So
that's the thing. You're doing it public. There's a
difference. Doesn't make. What kind of pussy wants to hide in a fucking public group, private group?
How would you
call it? It's not just about that. This is really important. These are lessons, like you brought up earlier. Why you bring up the past? This is lessons. The lessons have the past have lessons to teach.
You're calling another.
I'm not doxing anybody, bro. Like, we aren't doxing people. Like, you're acting like this is some big moral issue here, when it's really a deflection from the behavior of people who should be behaving better, but are too caught up in the social scene, which you are a part of because you're here white knighting for these guys like a little Captain Save-A-Ho. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just up here talking shit, and all you can do is focus on this. Oh, you stole Mark's intellectual property bullshit.
You'll never face a man in real life.
We promote this guy more than any of you guys do. So what's your problem?
Because I'm saying you're just wasting your time. But I'm gonna just head out because this is a waste
of
time.
It's a great opinion you can have, but that's not what I see, because I have people here and consistency.
All right, enlighten me then. Enlighten me on this one fact. Okay, what is the failure of consciousness and what is the fulfillment of it? Through thought and emotion and action. If you know shadow work and you're preaching it, you should at least know that.
Bro, you remind me of Joey
to
Schwartz.
To the degree that you should know at a high degree, then you shouldn't be talking.
So
say it right now.
You brought up, earlier, why are we bringing this up publicly? Part of the reason why we're bringing this up
publicly the expressions of consciousness?
Is because this discussion was silenced in the group by Will and Dustin.
Well, you're on a high horse because you're talking about shadow work, but you don't
That's
even know the
vegan.
expression of consciousness.
It's not a high horse, though. I look at those people as my.
Well, then answer the question. It's simple.
as
3
students of
things. What are the
natural
expression of consciousness?
What was that?
What are the expressions of consciousness? How can we express ourselves?
An expression of consciousness on their part would be
No,
a different
at an
response
individual level, at a human consciousness level, how can we express ourselves, not them?
Tough love.
by
Love is
communicating, by speaking.
consciousness.
You don't know it. It's
I think you
How
just
does
said
it-
it.
how
We're
does it love?
aligning
It's
our
101. How do you not know that? And you're talking about forced shadow work. Thoughts,
It's-
emotions, and action. That's how we express
Exactly, yeah.
ourselves. Those are the modalities that we express our consciousness
Correct.
and let others know that we're expressing ourselves. You couldn't answer that. 3 simple things. And you're talking about forced shadow work. How to make that make sense at all? You don't
I'm
even
not
got
sure
the
how
straight.
that's relevant.
Just trying to
You're
have
just-
a
you're-
gotcha movement. You're like trying to be like, oh, I'm gonna throw some shit at
But
him
that's so
and be all,
simple.
aha, you
I
actually
think
Everyone
don't know
should
what
know
you're
that
Patty
talking
wanted
here.
to say something.
That
Bro,
is
you're
so
like
simple.
12
Everyone
years
should know
old.
that. You're talking about
Yeah.
shadow work. You're talking about natural law. You don't even know the 3 modalities that we express consciousness in.
But you're here spreading
No,
new
I'm just
age
saying the truth right
bullshit,
now.
bro. So what the fuck do
I'm
you
saying
know?
the truth right now. How
I
you
don't
gonna
know
tell other
why
people?
he.
How you gonna
Oh,
tell other
boy.
people to
Right.
do forced shadow
Yeah,
work when you
your
don't even know
truth,
the way
bro.
you express yourself?
Not the truth.
What's your
Couldn't answer it.
intention of
Boring.
joining
This is
the
what
conversation?
It should be
Esteban likes
second
to
nature
do.
to know yourself.
He likes to go into the definitions and all of that, but not into application. This is application of all those principles. That's what this is. If you disagree with it, then just bugger off,
Well, you
Esteban,
couldn't
because
tell the
obviously
3 modalities of
you're
consciousness.
not
The
appreciating the
person who's telling
benefit
you
of
to
it.
do shadow work should at least know that, right? Should we agree on
Grammar,
that?
logic, rhetoric.
Ex-
Can you say that again, please?
You know what's grammar, logic, rhetoric?
That's the trivia method.
Yes.
It's a part of it, but that's
Yes.
only the first stage of thought.
So you
That's the
asked a
understanding,
trivia
that's the knowledge,
question
that's the
and you're not
wisdom's part.
satisfied with the answer, and
No,
therefore
that's
you're
not
done
it. That's not the
listening.
completion. There's
And
another
You
you
part.
asked a
There's
trivia
emotion,
question and you
action.
didn't like the answer, and you're done listening. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, Esteban. So
You guys got cooked.
that
and
is the
you know it. You couldn't
expression of
explain the 3
consciousness.
modalities of consciousness.
So you're
So yes.
expressing.
Okay.
How are
The
you
answer is yes.
expressing
Got it.
consciousness,
You got
Esteban?
cooked. Straight up.
How are you expressing your consciousness? Are you aligned on all 3? The head, the heart, and the hara. Are you
At least I
aligned,
know it.
Esteban?
At least I know it. I'm working towards it. Okay. You couldn't explain it, and you're telling other people to align themselves with
New
something
age
they don't know what
bullshit,
they're
dude.
aligned.
You've been spreading new age bullshit since you got here.
No, I
and then you
haven't.
just throw some trivia,
Because action is very
some
important. When
random
have I said that
question,
action
and
wasn't
because we don't immediately have an answer, you're like, "Oh, gotcha, haha." Like it's
Okay,
like
I
boring,
think we can move
boring
past.
internet
saying to do
tactics, bro.
shadow
You're
work
not even
doesn't
trying to
know
like
thought,
have a
emotion, and action.
conversation
It's
here.
pathetic.
You're just trying to white knight for some clowns that have like the most sensitive egos in the world. And you're going to bat for these guys when they're obviously not doing their homework.
Because you didn't know the simple shit. You don't know the simples. You don't know the basics, man.
Oh, okay.
So you're not.
Okay,
so
then
we
tell me
can't go
this then.
past that.
What is
Are you done
evolution, and then what
discussing
is
anything further
involution?
because
If
you're
you're so
not
smart,
satisfied?
or how about this? What is a right under natural law? What is a right under
defined
natural
by
Is
the
an action
negative.
that does not harm another sentient being.
You got it completely wrong.
What?
It's any action. Actually,
Who
no,
got
you
it
can't get
completely
right.
wrong?
Any action that does not harm any other sentient being. All right, you got that one
I think
right.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
I said that a right is an action that does not harm another sentient being.
Correct. You got that
And
right.
your actions, if you're not vegan, are not you have no right to harm another sentient being. So you have to your actions to have to
I have to align that
align with your
when it
what
comes
you
to
know.
telling other people
Bro, you
for shadow work.
you still unnecessarily kill sentient beings for a taste.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you know?
Not for a taste,
about
because I haven't changed
anything.
my body yet. Fully.
You can recite
I
a
will
bunch of
die
shit.
if I don't-
You've
if I do a cold
memorized a
turkey,
bunch
and I
of
tried
things,
doing
but
a
you
cold
don't
turkey and
actually know
it
what those
fucked me up.
things mean.
Thoughts, emotions,
Because he doesn't care.
think you know that it's wrong. You
Care is
feel that it's wrong,
degenerative
you don't do
principle.
it anymore.
Yeah. To know and not to act is not to care. You know. I mean, it's
Yeah,
simple,
care
man.
is the generative principle. It's what drives this. Everyone, I think we have to care first, but yes, the head, the heart, and the hara, those are the three alignments of consciousness. So I think we can move past that now.
Yeah.
I think
probably
we're ready
get more
to progress.
information than this whole podcast ever have.
Well, it's
Look
good
at
that
the
he
ego
came.
on this guy.
Yeah.
Gotta work on that ego, man. I mean, that's.
I mean,
I think
no,
this
but
is-
the
this
thing is,
is-
you're telling other people to do shadow work. You don't know thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's the basic
We
thing.
all have to do shadow work.
Come on, that should be like a bait. That should be
Okay,
in the back of your
I
hand.
think
if you're
we
gonna tell
all
other people
know
to do shadow work.
we know the three expressions of consciousness. Can we please move on?
Then what is the fulfillment, and then what is the failure of it?
I think the fulfillment of consciousness is moving on from this discussion so that we can have a discussion about
No, that
shadow
is
work, which
how are you
is
going to tell
why
other
we are
people to do
here.
shadow work if they don't know the fulfillment of the consciousness that they need to the work on, and the failure of it, and the things that they need to stop.
Okay,
Esteban,
this is not a
what are
Jeopardy.
your intentions with these questions? Like, what
My
do
intention is to show you the fulfillment of consciousness and the failure of consciousness, and to show you that you don't know shit.
Oh.
And you're just talking out of your ass.
Why? Because we are.
Because you
Says the guy that still eats
telling other people
sentient beings unnecessarily for food, just for a taste, is up here claiming
Is it
to
so
be
hard
of
to
higher moral
understand it?
standard or knowing more. Sure, you might be able to recite something a little bit better than me, but I understand it and apply it better than you. You're like, what, 19 years old? The fuck do you know at 19 years old to come up here and start
who
trying
was
to
doing better
gotcha
action at the age?
someone
keep it a
who's
stack.
Where's your fucking work, bro? Where's your work? Let's see your work.
I'll send you a document.
Uh-huh. Why don't you pull something up?
I'll
Pull
send
your
you a
favorite
document
work
right now.
up right now and share it.
Show your face for stars. I don't know.
Yeah, show your face, pussy. What the fuck?
Name calling.
I'd like to read something that I wrote. Just like we
Name
can
calling,
no
that's the
longer
pussy over
avoid
here.
taboo conversations like politics and religion in order to speak truth, we cannot avoid tough conversations with people in our community. This is the forced shadow work.
This is tough love. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's tough love. And it comes from a place of love. Knowledge and
Yeah.
love. That's what's the one thing that fights fear,
You
Esteban.
want to raise the consciousness, right? So
I'm upset at Will because we aren't fucking friends yet. You know? Like, what the fuck is going on? One conversation. This pussy comes up here. One conversation. And then we get to do great work together. And instead, these guys, because of their behavior, are dragging this garbage, toxic shit on because they want to just hide and make believe in their little social scene where they are at the top of the hierarchy, that they're actually like doing something good in the world, when they really aren't. They're in an echo chamber. They're not promoting their own content at all. They don't go out and try and start discussions with other groups. They don't try and have discussions with bigger YouTubers. They don't try and do any of the things that you're supposed to do. If you really believe in your own work and want to put it out there, you have to spend time on it. And I don't see these guys spend any time. Will Keller's main picture all over the internet is of him with a seatbelt across his chest because it's just some picture he took of himself in a car. You know, like these guys aren't taking this serious. And so it's very irritating for us to see people not taking serious and then hiding and then attacking, covertly attacking me through like other people. And we're all out here trying to make each other better. I don't hate Will Keller in any way. I'm pissed off that it's taking him so long to figure this shit out and show up on my fucking show so we can have a man-to-man talk about why we allegedly believe the same things but don't see eye to eye on so many things.
You got it all wrong. We don't believe, we know.
Huh?
There's no belief in natural law. There's only knowing.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh, we're such noobs up here.
Gotcha.
Jeez.
Okay, so
Such
if you
noobs.
know,
We have no idea what we're doing.
if you know what you have to do, Esteban, why don't you do it then?
You're just projecting, dude.
I'm
I
just
do
asking.
what I do.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm asking.
You're just in disalignment.
Do you know what the Sorcerer's Stone is? The Philosopher's Stone?
The Philosopher's Stone.
Yes.
The Sorcerer's Stone.
Or the Philosopher's Stone. The
Oh,
cornerstone.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything.
These
He's
words, something
stupid.
like that. Or no, that's from the
Come
Oracle.
I mean, these are just random things I've learned from Mark. I'm just, throwing stuff out there like you are. So, do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is? If we're going to have let's learn.
But I'm talking about shadow work. You should at least know the consciousness that involves shadow work.
Well, this is part of shadow work. The Philosopher's Stone. What is it?
Read it to me, please.
It's imagination. So can you imagine a life where we don't have to get nitpicky into just having these debates about things that are important but are not relevant to shadow work? So how about we think higher than this low level of thinking, the name calling and all of that? So let's just rise above that.
Yeah.
Stop calling people out for not knowing something that you might have just read recently. And let's move on to
It's
something
not about
bigger.
recently. It's one of the first fundamental things that Mark Passio shows in
That's
his
wonderful.
podcast.
And it's wonderful that you know this, but can we have a
But that's a part of
meaningful
shadow work. You
discussion?
can't tell people, and you cannot.
I think people
You
can do
cannot mock
shadow work
people. You
without
cannot mock
knowing
people, and you
what.
don't know that.
I think people can do shadow work without knowing what the 3 levels of consciousness are. That's not prerequisite material.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
What shadow work truly is facing yourself in a mirror and asking
Respect.
yourself, am I living the life where I am aligned with natural law?
Yeah. Respect
You know what?
yourself.
You want to know what shadow work solves?
And you can come to it. You can come to knowing that, I learned about the 3. I mean, I did learn
It solves. It's gonna solve out of these things right now. I'm gonna show you.
Bro, stop
It's
interrupting.
gonna.
Give me a break.
It's gonna solve
Control
cowardice,
yourself.
laziness, submission, or it's gonna solve ignorance, foolishness, naivete, or it's gonna solve apathy, indifference, and coldness. I can't pronounce the word. That's what shadow work is gonna do. You gotta know
right.
the failures of that. Yes, you do have to know it.
I did not negate what you said. All I'm saying is that
It is a prerequisite, and it does need to be known.
Okay, so you've shared it with us.
Okay.
Can we move on? Let's move on from this discussion and talk about what shadow work is. So that's why I came here. And I know, Jeffrey, you had put on a picture of Rudolf Steiner. I'd love to have you share your thoughts about him, just to kind of switch gears here.
Who said I'm gatekeeping, bro?
I think we're moving past this now. We're moving past the
Well, I hope you guys.
Jeopardy lesson of.
I have no hate towards you. I love you guys
From
at
a
a soul level.
19-year-old with no life skills, no life experience.
I love you guys at a soul level.
It's here.
But I
White
hope you
knighting.
guys can change also. And I hope you, instead
White
of
knighting.
fighting back to the other classmates, I hope you start to show maybe the simple things like the 3 levels of consciousness to your audience, because that's what they truly need. They don't need to see people fighting. They don't need to see that.
I hope you leave other sentient beings alone.
They need to see how they can fulfill their
My
consciousness.
audience is here to see what I present, and so I don't really need someone here, telling me what I need to do with my podcast. So
yeah, he can do.
If you have
his
anything
podcast.
else,
Esteban, do your podcast, man.
It's fine.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. Do your own podcast, bro.
Yeah.
You can hang
And
out
then
here
you
if
can-
you want. You could stay on the show, but just like be respectful and don't cut people off and stuff when they're talking.
Yeah. Or shut it
Like
off.
have
I'm
some
gonna
respect
head out,
for,
and I hope you guys
have some
have a
sort
good
of
day.
respect for your elders.
You're not an
Respect.
elder of mine.
See,
I'll tell you
again,
that.
shadow work.
You're not an elder of mine.
You
don't
know
even
what's
think you're an
respect?
elder of mine. You're nowhere near.
Again?
Are you drunk, bro?
Look,
You're nowhere
Respect.
near.
You're kind of slurry a little bit.
yeah.
All right. So do you have any other new age bullshit to spew at us, Esteban? About how we all need to get along, not break each other down, be
Can
nice,
you continue, please?
talk to each
I
other
forgot
nicely.
your name with the glasses.
Hi, Alicia. You back?
I'm back. I'm back. I just jumped off for a second, but my phone needs to be charging. So yeah, I'm just not home is my situation here. Anyways, hopefully we've talked this through, and it's interesting. And
You ain't saving no one. I'll tell you that. You guys
oh
are bums. You're in a
god,
bum
Yeah.
fight.
Oh, and
Peace
you're
out.
calling. Okay.
go sing Hare Krishna, Esteban. Piss off.
That was funny. Do we have
Man, I
Steiner
wish
video? I
at
don't know if
his
we have a
age I
Steiner
had
video.
this information what you're
Man,
giving.
when I was what's the school called? Not Montessori, the other Steiner school.
Or the Waldorf.
Waldorf. Man, my mom took me to one day of Waldorf school.
Oh, you actually went?
And I went just for they just had me come for the day just to like hang out and check it out. And they had like horses and like it was the coolest shit ever. And I didn't end up being able to go to that school, and I was so bummed forever because I would drive by it, and I was always like, I don't go there. So I was crazy because last night we were watching some Steiner videos, and it was all, oh, he's the Waldorf guy, and I was like, holy crap, that's super cool because I, with my ADD, ADHD kid in me thought that place would have been perfect fit for how my mind worked. But this was in like 92 or something, like a long time ago. And it was in Orange County, so it was probably very early on in the Waldorf stuff. But yeah, Steiner's a badass. Everything we're finding out about him, and he was vegetarian, I think even vegan.
Well, we were looking into was it not biodynamic? The biodynamic,
biodynamic agriculture.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that was such a subject matter that that the school taught. But yeah, they go into composting and all that. So yeah, that was sort of like the rabbit hole we were looking into. Was just was that curriculum.
Be doing a lot of gardening in the next couple months. So
yeah, well, composting and soil health has been like one of my passions. So I was I super connected with that.
My Auntie May in the 80s, she wrote an article that ended up in the LA Times about composting, and she was super compost lady, super double green thumb. I grew up in her garden. She used to tell me to go pee on the compost, and I thought it was the funniest thing, and I go run out and do it. It was a super awesome experience to grow up. My Auntie Mame was a badass. So it's been, Allie's gotten a compost pile going, and it's dope, having the space to do whatever we want. And that's with awesome. Spring coming around.
And you once a week you have to rotate it, right? I think.
Yeah.
What's shocking is how much when you start actually composting things, because all your food scrap, all your food waste, and then a lot of paper products, you're just seeing how much less you're putting out to the landfill is really, really encouraging too. I mean, I went back home recently. I went back home and just throwing anything in the trash. I looked at my mom and I was like, God, did you just throw this away? And she knew I've been caught. She's like, I know, I need to start, but it feels so wrong. I'm like, this is just such a valuable resource, that should be going back into the soil. But it really,
she used to get super butthurt when we'd food would spoil, and now she doesn't get as mad because she's just like, oh, whatever, it's just going to the compost. So it's we're getting something out of it. Yeah.
You get pumpkins from the compost.
Oh yeah, stuff just grows out. Yeah, they're I forget what my friend used to call it. It was not representatives, volunteers. It'd be volunteers. You'll go to turn it, and they're like, oh, what is this sprout? But and then we actually I've taken was it squash? Oh no, melon.
Melons go crazy. Yeah. All the melon seeds when you throw those in compost, they go nuts. Bracky sweet pea. Here
I saw that
we were out in the desert with Hyperlink, this guy Braxton, and there was a there was a beehive near where we were, and the bees started landing where he was peeing, and then the bees started hanging out around us. So we put out water for them, and they were just like landing. Like for 2 weeks, we were surrounded with bees. And then it turns out, we find out after we had left, they were Africanized bees. They were killer bees. And since we were giving sugar and water and salt out in the desert, they weren't fucking with us. Like, it was the craziest shit. Yeah, like, and like Sweet Braxton, we call him Sweet Pea, because he kept peeing in the same place, and the bees would go there, because out in the desert, they don't have any access to it. So they were like so appreciative that they were totally chill with us, homie bees. And
you were aligned with natural law, so they respected it.
Yeah, Cam's in the house. What's up, dude?
Hey.
This is my old buddy Cameron that I used to party with in Hollywood in the early 2000s. We were in the same modeling agency together. Gay.
Look at us now. Still so sexy.
And it turns out that
hey, I'm just
we bumped. It turns out Cam is a big fan of Mark Passio. I never knew. And so I was like, dude, you got to come up on my podcast.
Fan. I haven't heard him since like 2014, though, like I said. So I've got a lot to learn. I do know natural law only through John Locke, not so much the other guys you're talking about, but I'm going to be listening in. And Robert Anton Wilson, I have a natural law book he wrote, but I haven't read it all, to be honest.
Very cool.
Dope.
Thanks for letting me on.
Yeah, dude. Good to see you.
You too. Sexy.
We're both a little bit more gray.
It happens. I've been shaving.
Wisdom.
What are we doing here then? So
shadow work.
So yeah, it's pretty. What do you want to watch next? We got a couple things we can watch. We have or do you want Patty, what's something we should watch from Steiner? Or what do you think?
Wow. I did
kind of a tough one. Most of them are like an hour long.
He's so dynamic, and a lot of his discussions are, he's got, topics where he goes on for 11, 12 hours, in video form. Well, not video, but speeches. I think, something related to shadow work might be, let's see. That's a good question. I should have come up with something beforehand.
I'll find something. In the meantime,
he does talk about Ahriman versus Lucifer, which are the two dynamics that have molded humanity, with Ahriman being Satan, and then Lucifer kind of being that inner energetic expression that takes you off balance, so there's a lot of topics under that. Ahriman and Lucifer.
All right. In the meantime, we're gonna look, but in the meantime, we're gonna watch we'll watch the beginning of this Peter Rogers MD video. Peter Rogers has rescheduled with us, I believe next week. Next Sunday, Peter Rogers MD, the very awesome and hilarious vegan doctor, medical doctor, not chiropractor, medical doctor. He's going to be on the show. It's going to be very fun. But we'll watch. Just in the meantime, we're going to try and find a good Steiner video, but we'll watch this in the meantime. Dr. Peter Rogers.
In the beginning, God said, "Behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree which has fruit. It shall be food for you." Genesis 1:29. Man was designed to eat plant foods. At the Sermon on the Mount, God said, amongst other things, according to the Gospel, Matthew 25:40, "Whatsoever you do to the least of my brothers, that you do unto me," indicating that you shall be judged for those things. And today, is Bart K. Judgment Day. Looks like you got some explaining to do. Okay, for Judgment Day. Here's a close-up, by the way. All right, so I could also call this video, is the paleo keto carnivore low-carb diet a joke? And yes, it is. All right. We'll start out with Bart, though, because Bart was a guy who I had a conversation with about a week ago or so, and he doesn't allow much of a conversation. So I'm going to put the conversation here today, and we're going to talk about what is known about the relationship of paleo, keto, carnivore, low-carb diet versus vegetarian, vegan diets for general health, all-cause mortality, as well as for diabetes and cancer. Okay, so first of all, the most useful thing I ever learned after being a doctor for over 30 years is that if humans eat a primarily starch-based diet, a plant-based diet with mostly starch to satisfy their hunger, they end up being healthy. And that's more useful than anything I ever learned in pre-med, med school, residency, fellowship, and attending work. And the reason is because your gut is stretched. That's early satisfaction of hunger. Starch is basically a polymer of glucose wrapped in fiber from a plant food. And starch is basically P for potato, SP, sweet potato, rice, beans, peas, lentils, garbanzos, quinoa, oatmeal. And they stretch your stomach, providing early satisfaction of hunger. And then it goes into your intestinal tract. And the digestive enzymes have to separate the fiber from the glucose. And so the glucose is slowly absorbed into the blood. And here's a curve of blood glucose level versus time. And the glucose level slowly rises and it stays normal for a prolonged amount of time. That is in comparison, if you eat just simple sugars with no fiber, the blood glucose kind of spikes, pancreas overcompensates, releasing a lot of insulin, and the sugar comes down relatively rapidly. That sometimes can cause symptoms. It can sometimes cause what is called rebound hypoglycemia. But the point of this is starch is the best food in the world. It is what you should get the vast majority of your calories from. It is the best way to satisfy your hunger. And if you only know that, you could probably do pretty well. It's the most important thing anybody can know about health. All right, so here you are. This is you. Hopefully by middle age, a person gets their act together for health. But sooner, late is better than never. All right. The typical American's a disaster. They eat meat, processed food, oils. They're fat and sick by the time they're in their 40s or 50s. They get put on a bunch of drugs, drug. Then they go for surgery, chop. Bye money, dead prematurely. Okay. To win the game, the longest lived people in the history of the world have been these plant-based populations eating, 95% or more typically plant foods. And usually then they don't need to take any pills. That Johnson keeps working for a long time. Okay. Nowadays, it's a little more complicated. There's a lot of toxins in the water and the food. So you got to be a little more careful about avoiding them. Okay, we're going to go through some basic common sense stuff, and then we're going to go through a whole bunch of scientific papers. So basically, look at your teeth. Look at your teeth in the mirror. They're flat, like a herbivore, like a horse in this picture here. Okay, look at our intestinal tract. We got like a 22-foot-long intestinal tract that is typical of herbivore animals. Okay, the carnivores, you don't want the meat to putrefy, like, putrefying meat, how disgusting that is. They got short intestinal tracts. And they got big, sharp teeth. Also, the other thing about their teeth is it only goes up and down, whereas we've got a jaw that goes can go side to side to grind plant food. I got the flat teeth. Okay, another thing too, just common sense. Imagine you are walking down a path in a forest and you see a dead deer, a carcass. There's flies buzzing around it. Do you instinctively feel you must get down on your knees and take a bite out of it? Our teeth can't even tear its flesh. Okay, we're not made to eat that. It's disgusting. You go to the store, to buy meat, ground meat. It's disgusting. What makes it taste good is you fry it, you put ketchup and mustard and all these other things on there, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and a bun and all that. We don't want to take a bite out of that. On the other hand, if you see fruits and vegetables, all these right here, they're lovely. I think the reason we have color vision is so we can see when a fruit is ripe on the table. We want that. We are attracted to that. About the only thing more attractive than that is a bowl of fruit, carried by a woman. Okay. But that's about as good as it gets. Okay. Now, a couple things about the vegan diet. It is well known. This is not some mystery. It is well known that it is much, much, much more healthier than a meat-based diet. It's not even close. Okay. I haven't ever seen a study where the meat diet is better than the plant-based diet. Okay. And I've seen many, thousands. All right. Beyond Meatless, the health effects of vegan diets, the Adventist cohort. So the healthiest of the Seventh-day Adventists, they're from like Loma Linda in particular, Los Angeles suburb. And it's part of their religion, Seventh-day Adventists, to eat primarily a plant-based diet. And some of them are 100% vegan. Many of them are, subsets of vegetarianism. They could be lacto, ovo, eggs and milk. Some are pesco vegetarians. Okay. But the more close they are to vegan, the healthier they are.
Can I ask a question?
The longer they live and the less disease they have. Okay.
Hitler was an Adventist, wasn't he?
Yes, you can ask a question.
A lot of Nazis were Adventist. I mean, there's Adventists go way back into Europe.
Oh, do they? I thought they were like eight.
Right? Am I wrong?
8. I thought they were somewhat recent. Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. But yeah,
I mean, in the last 100 years, recent. Yeah.
And you said that a bunch of them were Nazis?
No, there were Adventist groups that were Nazis, and at least in Hungary and other countries in Eastern Europe, and I'm sure in Germany as well. I think that Adventists came. I mean, I know that it's from California, America, but I think they came from Germany.
I think it has something, but about Hitler, that's just his propagandists colorating him.
Oh yeah, no, Hitler wasn't vegan. That was Goebbels' propaganda trying to get people to think that he's cool.
Use Gandhi,
but the Adventists. I don't know about Adventists being involved with the Germans, but
I don't know. I know
were,
I have Adventist relatives who go back like into the earlier of the century. Anyways, it's not. I'm interested in what this guy's saying anyway. So I was just curious.
Yeah. Okay.
Now here's another study, and this was done by a group out of Harvard, the Harvard School of Public Health. Here, I'm just going to hide my little thing here. And basically what they found, and this is, Walter Willett, Frankie, all these guys, what is the effect of different specific dietary fats? Now, the worst one is the blue. This is trans fats. Trans fats are a disaster. That's a processed food. It's quite bad, similar to saturated fat. But the next is saturated fat. Quite worse. It causes an increase in mortality. What that means is the more sat fat you eat, the sooner you die, okay? And what's the point of that? Saturated fat is like saying animal fat. The vast majority of saturated fat comes from typically animal foods in the diet, like dairy, for example, and eating meat. So that's a valuable thing to know. More saturated fat you eat, the worse.
So yeah, we just looked it up. There is a bunch of weird Nazi stuff with the Adventists.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I brought it up only as like a geek about it, but I don't know the facts.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I read it. I was like, oh.
Really quick, and there's just this article here. Adventists apologize for failures during Nazi era. So
exactly.
Who knows?
We have a lot of Adventists in Northern California. All the hospitals are run by Adventists, and they're very specific about things in a way that's almost insulting at times. And like that's the only reason I did research, and I was like, oh wow, they're kind of out there. I mean, in a good way too.
We've been meeting loads of Adventists for the past year. One of our buddies who's here now, Roger, he's Adventist, and Ali met someone who was Adventist, and like I feel like a lot of people where we live.
Old Testament or what? I don't understand.
No, it's a pretty new thing, but they like work a lot and they're vegetarian.
Well, and they believe the Sabbath
highly
on Saturday.
intelligent.
They practice it on Saturday rather than Sunday.
Yeah,
I think that's like one of their major like contradictions with Catholicism. But
and for their small,
sooner you're likely to die. Then you got the PUFA, monounsaturated fat, which is classically olive oil, and then polyunsaturated fat, PUFA.
I think you're muted, Jeffrey.
What was that, Cam?
Oh, they're highly successful as there's not a lot of latrons in there. I mean, they're like upper middle class, all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very intelligent.
Yeah, they work. They're all about working. Like Ali said, they have their Sabbaths on Saturday, so they can work Sunday and like get ahead of everyone or something. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Exactly. But I mean, don't Jehovah's Witnesses do that too?
J-Dubs go all week around. I think they're freaking. When I lived in Nicaragua, there were tons of J-Dubs down there. I hung out with them. I smoked pot with some J-Dubs in Nicaragua. It was funny. They have like missionaries there.
There's a lot of them, and I have a hard time speaking about Christianity with them because they're so used to being like attacked almost, and I'm always curious, and they're always like, well, that's because you see things differently. And I'm like, maybe I don't, but can you please just explain? They're like, you gotta come to church. I'm like, can't do it, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Come preach, come read the Bible with us. No thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
I do it now.
Jesus loves you.
It's polyunsaturated fatty acids. In my opinion, all the fats are bad, but saturated fat is worse than the other ones. That is worth knowing. because how can you eat meat?
How can you eat corpses?
All right, it's going to go on and on. Now, here's more studies here. Association of animal and plant protein intake with all-cause mortality. Basically, the higher the animal protein intake, it was positively associated with increased cardiovascular mortality. Plant protein, on the other hand, was inversely associated with, all-cause mortality and cardiovascular mortality. So remember that the more animal protein you eat, the worse off you are, more likely you are to die, okay, or have cardiac problems. Okay, the plant protein is associated with being protected because of the plants, not the protein itself. Okay, low-carb diets increase in all-cause mortality. A low-carbohydrate diet based on animal sources was associated with higher all-cause mortality in men and women. Vegetable was associated with lower all-cause and cardiovascular disease mortality rates. Okay, and these are big studies. These populations here, they're talking about, the sample set of females over 85,000, men over 45,000, okay, over 44,000. So these are big numbers. Here's another one in Swedish women. Low-carbohydrate diet, which means a high-protein diet, big study sample set, 43,000 patients. Low-carb diets, high-protein diets were associated with increased risk of cardiovascular disease, okay? Animal protein induces an anabolic effect that raises blood lipids, like including blood cholesterol, and it activates mTOR, and it increases the risk of disease, of atherosclerotic disease, for example. Okay, here's another study. Low carbohydrate diets and all-cause mortality. This one was like on the ballpark of like a 30% increase in all-cause mortality. Low carbohydrate diets are associated with significantly higher risk of all-cause mortality. This is what I mean. I'm saying it's idiotic to think that these diets are good for your health. The only studies I'm aware of for all-cause mortality show that these diets increase all-cause mortality. Low carbohydrate diet from plant or animal sources. A low carbohydrate diet from animal sources is worse, higher all-cause and cardiovascular mortality. I also think high-fat plant diets are bad compared to low-fat vegan diets, but I'm making the point here that and this, believe me, is not a biased audience. Some of these guys out at Harvard, the Harvard School of Public Health, they promote a Mediterranean diet, which is an idiotic diet as well. Okay, just so you know. But the more animal, paleo, keto, carnivore, high-fat you go, the worse it gets in general. Okay, there's more to it than that, but that's a general thing. Okay, low carbohydrate diets, low fat diets. Okay, so what does this one say? Higher mortality was observed for overall low carbohydrate diet, and especially for unhealthy low carbohydrate diet. All right, and then the benefit is coming from the low fat diet. Okay, here's another one. By the way, Nathan Pritikin has said the two main categories of diet are high fat diets and low fat diets. Okay, protein doesn't tend to vary as much, but high protein diets are also bad. They end up with high blood lipids, a similar effect. Cardiovascular disease, mortality, and cancer in vegetarians. Vegetarians have significantly lower ischemic heart disease. That means coronary artery disease or atherosclerosis of the heart, less heart attacks, okay? And they also have significantly lower cancer. I mean, why wouldn't you want that? 30% reduction in heart disease in this study, as well as 18% reduction in cancer. And the point is, this isn't even making it low fat, low sodium, no oils. You do all that, and it's much lower. It's dramatically lower. Dramatic improvements in health by going low fat, low sodium vegan with no oils, like the Esselstyn diet. Okay, position at the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Vegetarians and vegans are reduced risk of certain health conditions, including ischemic heart disease. That means heart attacks, atherosclerotic heart disease, type 2 diabetes, the type that adults typically get, hypertension, and certain types of cancer and obesity. Basically, almost everybody dies from something related to this type of stuff here. Diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and atherosclerotic related ischemia, okay, or cancer. I mean, that's what people die from in Western countries, by far most common. And that's what also they get not stuck on meds. And, I hope you realize I'm not trying to demonize Bart K. I'm not trying to demonize saturated fat or paleo, keto, or carnivore diets. Okay, so here is the gentleman, Bart K, that I had my pseudo conversation with. And a couple points I would make, like I've alluded to here. Plant foods give you the good stuff. Most Americans are low in fiber. Plants are where fiber comes from. The cell wall of every plant cell contains fiber. Plant cells are high in potassium, which is a vasodilator, opens up artery. P for plants, P for potassium. Magnesium is located in the center of in the center of chlorophyll, the plant molecule. So you eat your plants, and that's what you get. Nitrates are the precursors, especially found, let's say, in greens, for example. Arugula and all the other salads still have some. And those are made into systemic nitric oxide to dilate your arteries. You also feel good from going in the sun. You get that systemic vasodilation. You got precursors of nitric oxide, right in your skin, subcutaneous areas. Okay, plants got a lot more antioxidants. Animals don't. The animals already used them up. Okay, glucose, meaning that it comes as a carbohydrate, especially in the form of starch, is best. All right, low-fat vegan, other things. So you get the fiber, which lowers your risk of colon cancer, lowers your risk of leaky gut, autoimmune diseases. It also encourages the excretion by defecation of excess estrogen levels, so it lowers your estrogen levels. It lowers blood cholesterol. It lowers atherosclerosis risk. It decreases the risk of impotence. No guy wants to be impotent. A low-fat vegan diet helps prevent impotence. It lowers your blood pressure, which also is protective against heart disease, atherosclerosis, and dementia. It lowers insulin resistance. Thus, it lowers your risk of type 2 diabetes. The amino acid composition in plants is different than in animal foods. There's less leucine, which tends to be the rate-limiting step for activation of mTOR, which is a nutrient-sensing pathway telling cells to replicate. You don't want increased rates of cell replication with cancer. So what I'm saying is this is one other way that the animal protein increases the risk of cancer. Okay, Bart says, go by the science. Well, the science supports a plant-based diet. It's obvious. It's overwhelming. I'm going to show you a bunch of papers real quick here, but it's overwhelming. It's not like it's a close thing. It's not like it's, 5-4. It's more like 100-0. Okay. Okay, now here's some things that Bart K says. Just want you to know what this guy says. He says diabetes is due to elevated blood glucose, but that's actually not correct. Elevated blood glucose is a symptom of insulin resistance. Okay, and insulin resistance is primarily caused by excessive dietary fat, especially saturated fat. Okay, Bart K says the best diet is 100% animal foods with 0 carbohydrate. I've even seen him say carbohydrates are a poison. Okay, that's the opposite of the truth. The best diet for human health, based on tons and tons of study and epidemiological evidence as well, is a low-fat, low-sodium vegan diet. And in the modern world, preferably 100% vegan, because we have to detoxify from our previous experience with the SAD diet. All the naturally occurring populations do eat some animal products. They're all like, the healthiest ones tend to be in the ballpark of 95% plant-based, but they do eat some animal products. Okay. Another thing Bart K says, he says people don't need to eat fiber at all. But if they don't eat fiber, then they're at markedly increased risk of abdominal pressure syndrome, as described by Dennis Burkin. And we're going to go over that briefly. Epidemiology, he says, is not helpful for understanding nutrition.
Gross.
That is wrong. He doesn't like epidemiology because all of the epidemiology shows low fat, low sodium, plant-based diets are closer to 100% vegan, getting up in the 90s in the percent of calories from plants. They're the healthiest people in the world. That's what makes people healthy. So, of course, he doesn't like that. The Esselstyn diet, is the most successful diet by far ever for prevention of coronary disease. It's 100% vegan, low fat with no oils. Okay, there was a Plant Chompers is a guy, pretty famous, nutrition YouTube video channel, and he made a video of Bart K debunking Bart K. And Bart K, in that video, he showed Bart K saying that there was no scientific literature to confirm his dietary recommendations were the best ones. Okay, so that's a pretty big statement. He has no scientific literature. It just hasn't been done yet. Well, excuse me, you're sort of saying that's what you believe. I can real quick get 100 papers showing you how great the vegetarian diet is, especially the vegan diet. It's obvious. Okay, here's just one point about plants. If you are out in the sun on a hot day, it's 100 degrees outside, it's very easy for you as a human, just walk underneath a tree and get some shade. A plant doesn't have that option. It has to stay there in the hot sun. So the plant protects itself by making antioxidant chemicals. And when we eat the plant, we get those chemicals to protect itself from the heat of the sun. Okay. And you want that because you need the antioxidants to present what is called oxidative stress. Basically, you can think of it like a seesaw. If there's more oxidants, chemicals that want to steal electrons, they will have a harmful effect if you don't have antioxidants to counteract them, like to protect your lipids, for example. Okay. But there's a lot more to that. That's like things like vitamin C and all that stuff, glutathione and all that. Okay, one last point on eating the plants, you get the nitrates. So you especially get those, for example, from eating greens. When you eat the greens, here's a leaf of the greens. They go onto your mouth and they contain nitrate, NO3. They go on your tongue. There's bacteria in the back of your tongue. That converts it to nitrite. This should be an I here, NO2. And then when that goes into your stomach, stomach acid facilitates more of the conversion to nitric oxide. NO, that's absorbed in your blood, has a systemic vasodilatory effect. Okay, and you don't want to eat things that tend to kill the bacteria in the back of your tongue, like F- toothpaste and mouthwash and stuff, because then you'll be less effective at making that conversion. The older you get, the more you need that because you don't produce as much from your arterial lining cells, your endothelial cells. Okay, here's abdominal pressure syndrome as described by Dennis Burkitt. He was the Irish Christian missionary doctor who ended up going to Africa, and he actually ended up becoming in charge of the epidemiology in Africa. And what he noticed was the persons who had come from, for example, England, that were eating, old-fashioned low-fiber diets, bread and jam and tea and meat, they had a lack of fiber and they were constipated. This led to rectal hemorrhoids from the back pressure, straining and defecation. That's called the Valsalva maneuver. The back pressure caused outpouchings of their sigmoid colon. That's called diverticulosis. One pops, it's diverticulitis. Every day in every Western hospital in the world, there's probably at least one patient admitted for diverticulitis. It's so common. I've seen thousands of those cases. Okay. Also, because what fiber does is it adds water to the stool. So without fiber, your stool is dried out. So when you defecate, you're popping out a Tootsie Roll rather than a plant eater. When they defecate, they pop out typically something very much like a cow patty. And that back pressure, straining at the stool for defecation, also causes the top of the stomach to pouch into the chest. It's called a hiatal hernia, and that predisposes to gastric acid coming up into the chest, causing gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD. Okay, that's the feeling of heartburn, discomfort. And that'll change the lining of the hiatal hernia to become like what is called Barrett's esophagus, metaplasia of the lining, and that predisposes to increased risk of esophageal cancer. It's like an adenocarcinoma of the esophagus. Rather than the old days, you used to get smoker drinker squamous cell carcinoma of that area. HH is hiatal hernia. Okay, of course, there are increased risk for gallstones. What also happens because the stool is dried out on the right side of the colon, They're predisposed to forming little balls of stool called a fecalith. Lith means stone, fecalith, feces, stone, or sometimes they're called the pentaclith inside the appendix. They block the connection between the cecum, the colon, and the appendix. But the appendix has mucus glands that continue to secrete, but now the mucus can't get into the rest of the colon. It's blocked by the fecalith, and so it'll sometimes cause the appendix.
So yeah, I think you get the point.
Eat your carbs,
eat your carbs, eat your vegetables and your fruit.
Fuck up.
Don't do the keto diet. It'll kill you.
Simple food, right? Clean food and fruit mainly.
Yeah, I think his diet is like low fat, low salt, pretty much McDougal plus from some fruit. Is how I would describe his diet. I like how he says Johnson in almost every single video.
Yeah.
And you what does he say? Huge
and humans.
Humans.
He's definitely from
Johnson
Chicago.
makes it in every time.
Yeah. He was like he was a super athletic dude. He was like kind of a babe back in the day.
But he has sort of nodded to the raw till 4 group and the high fruit diet and says he doesn't have a problem with it. His aim is more towards educating people who are already in a really bad health state, essentially. But he has, because I've wondered about that. I'm like, what about the higher fruit diets? But yeah, he speaks kindly of the high fruit diet. So I'm like, okay, that's cool.
He's a Durian Rider guy too. We found him through Durian Rider, and he talks about Durian Rider and Freely often. Like he's got some pretty funny videos. Like he has like this like hierarchy of vegan truthers. Like this funny stuff you wouldn't think he'd like comment on.
Yeah, his content's pretty varied.
I can watch his videos all day. He's hilarious.
I've been watching his videos too. He's like, I love the science videos. I mean, he goes into so much research, and it's really refreshing to see someone.
After school video.
What's that?
Yeah.
The after school videos with the illustrations.
He does the illustrations.
Oh
yeah, and it's funny because he's a big fan of fine art, and his drawings are awful.
That is true.
But yeah, he's gonna be on next Sunday, and I can't wait. I'm super excited because I have loads of questions for him.
It's funny
because we've never had a real doctor, like a real medical doctor, up here.
Carnivore diet, like Joey Rogan and all Jordan Peterson and all these people. They say that they have like. And some others that they had like raging diarrhea, right? So, like they admit it, like so. Why?
Oh yeah, no. They admit. I follow this Instagram called Carnivore Cringe, and it's all these like screenshots from carnivore pages of people talking about like awful things that are happening to them, and all like, is this okay that like my freaking intestines are coming out of my butthole? Like it's like all this gross shit. The keto crotch, all this gross stuff.
The flat Earth theory all around the globe.
Yeah.
Well, it's gnarly to see, especially like seeing other females. I mean, hormones control so much in all of our bodies, but just females especially, like messing with that so heavily and really restricting yourself so much from the things that make you healthy really do a number on the female body specifically. I mean, I know you mentioned keto crotch, but even looking at like beyond that, like I said, like just like hormonally, just
the thyroid needs
with
carbs.
Your thyroid, it really is hard. It takes a long time to come back from that when you do that damage. And so to see it sort of like in vogue, it's just, and I just in my own family, other women in my family and women who are of older age too, and just getting on social media and kind of jumping on these bandwagons. It's so damaging. It can be so damaging.
It's addiction.
We've watched our family, like some of our family members get on keto and they just they're a different person. They, and then you watch all these guys, these podcasts from these guys, and they're like this, and they all have dark skin, behind, dark eyes, and they're really low energy. And you watch those vegans, and we're like, we're all hyper.
I just saw a video.
I've seen some hardcore. Feet away.
Hardcore.
And then you see their eyes, like you're saying. I'm like, oh, it's like basically nutrition meth. Like their souls.
Yeah,
gone.
they're dead. Yeah, it's like heroin.
Like they're dying.
Nutrition
There's a
heroin.
dyingness and
For example,
dyingness.
you know,
Yeah.
Go, Jeff.
Pardon?
Their bodies
Jay,
are
mate?
graveyard.
So I randomly went on a live stream, and it was this guy, this homie here, his live stream on YouTube, and turned out he's a pretty based homie from Australia who's into all the same stuff we're into, all the you know, all the occult stuff, all that. So it's
good on you, mate.
pretty funny to just randomly go, yeah, cheers, mate.
Shit. No, good stuff.
I hope the problems with the Johnny Law in your
40.
car are over with.
42 degrees Celsius here today, man. It's what you guys would call
Is that
over
hot?
there fucking hot. Very hot.
Oh,
What's
it's
40
rain
degrees
today.
Celsius in
Which part of
Fahrenheit, bro? Let's have a look.
you east or west?
South.
South. Okay.
Yeah.
It's tropical there. Yeah. I think.
Nope. No, it's
No?
dry. Very dry.
Oh,
It's tropical in the east. In the east and
Okay,
the north
yeah.
more so.
Yeah.
That's where you get your Gondwana rainforest and shit like that.
Queensland is tropical.
So it's
right?
107 degrees. It's 107 degrees Fahrenheit today.
Okay.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, very fucking
That's
hot.
crazy. That's
Yeah, man.
nuts.
That's not good.
That's not good. How's it
Who
going,
owns the online
Darren?
stream?
Not too bad.
Good, man. You're looking good.
Thanks. Yeah, Ariman, huh? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like this one?
Oh yeah.
All right, we're gonna. If anybody wants me to stop at any time, just shout out. Hit pause.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I would like to welcome all the new subscribers. Welcome, welcome. So in this video, I want to talk about Rudolf Steiner and his idea of Ahriman versus Lucifer. And in the spiritual philosophy of Rudolf Steiner, Ahriman and Lucifer are two opposing forces or beings that play a significant role in the human evolution and the evolution of human consciousness. And here's a brief breakdown of each of those forces. So Ahriman here, it's a little ugly, but Ahriman is often described as a force of materialism, logic, and intellectualism. It represents the impulse towards rationalism, technological progress, and domination of nature. So Ahriman can be seen as a force that seeks to limit the human spiritual development by promoting a view of the world that is solely based on the physical reality. In Steiner's view, the modern scientific worldview is heavily influenced by the Ahrimanic impulse. And Ahriman is actually also called Satan in the religious literature, and it is a name used by older mystic tradition to describe the same being. And Steiner warns that Ahriman will appeal to our desire for eternal life here on earth for material success and material things. He will appear to the high value we put on intellectuality and information as opposed to living reality and also art. And he will especially try to convince us that there is no spiritual world out there. And he will also convince us that we can just focus on life here and in the now, just focus on material things and make the most out of it. There's nothing else beyond this, material world. So Steiner calculates that it is very probable that this high cosmic being, Ahriman, will incarnate in the human body around this time, and probably in a Western country, maybe the US or something like UK or somewhere in the Western world. And he will be seen as a great leader. He will bring peace and great innovations in healing and other spheres, and the world will really like him. He will be really popular. However, it will be a deception, tricks and illusions. And if people do not manage to see through those illusions and tricks, we will head into a technocratic or, AI robotic kind of future where man and machine will be hard to distinguish between. And there is a lot more to cover in his lectures. You can watch some of his lectures. You can find on YouTube. But what can we do about this? We need to wake up and realize that we are not just earth beings. We're not just our physical body, but also spiritual, cosmic beings, and that we are governed not just by natural law, like the Hermetic principles. We're also governed by cosmic and spiritual laws. Otherwise, the threat is there for our souls to become earthbound and our lives to become mechanistic. We will live in a world of a lot of technological achievements, but art and feelings, love, spiritual experiences will be very difficult to achieve and probably will be persecuted or suppressed even. And one of the many examples of how this was prepared, according to Steiner, he talks about vaccines. He said that in the future, actually, happening now, vaccines will be created that will disrupt our connection to the spirit worlds, to the spiritual reality, making it harder to see ourselves as anything else but perishable beings, just dead materialistic view that everyone will eventually have. So he also predicted an epidemic of dementia and Alzheimer, which is interesting. And he wrote that it will be a direct result of forcing children too early into academic and intellectual learning, or before the age of 7, I think he said, which caused their brains not to develop properly. And thus, in later life, this can lead to memory problems and dementia.
I'm
now,
seeing this
Lucifer,
already, kids.
The name Lucifer means light bringer in Latin.
That's pretty gnarly.
Super gnarly, because I've seen it when I work in the school system. I remember I was talking to you, but I mean, I see it also with just technology and kids, not just like with screens, but like it's like it's being everything's being not anti-Amazon, but like the security measures everybody's taking in their own lives are forcing kids to learn things that have nothing to do with reality ever that they've ever seen on their scale, and like monitors and ears. And I'm not being a conspiracy theorist about it. It's scary.
Speaking of the Waldorf schools, they mentioned that in those first 7 years, children should be attracted to what their sensory pleasures. We shouldn't be forcing them to learn all of these, like the mathematics and the sciences. That really should be a sensory, feel, and that's how children should be led in learning. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, the Waldorf's good. I'm glad. I love what you guys are saying here. I mean, I'm spooked, right? When I hear this, I've seen it and I get like chills from it. Unfortunately, when things are true like that, I'm spooked and it's real.
And talking about Ahriman incarnating in this time, where we are now, I'm in some other Steiner types of groups like anthroposophy, and people are talking about people like Elon Musk perhaps being, Ahriman with what he's bringing forth, and he's very technocrat and very, wanting to go fly to Mars and all of this nonsense. So anyway.
I was just from what you just said. Also, I was going to say, is like I have a 3.5-year-old, and the last thing I want him to be is Elon Musk, and everybody thinks that's like what a good guy is, like Elon. Like they're like, that's what we want our kid to be, a genius like Elon Musk or something. I'm like, dude, I want my kid to fucking just go outside and know what's going on by looking around. Elon Musk has no idea what's going on when he goes outside. Like your sensory perception is so distorted by all the media and all these things people are putting on little tiny babies and their little spirits. The spirit knows already. Doesn't need to be taught.
There's intellectual and there is holistic intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elon.
I've heard of people new parents not exposing their children to any fiction. What do you think about that? Like for the first 4 years or whatever.
Too late for me.
You have to look
Muppets
at
goes on all day long.
Actually,
Australia,
Steiner
for
talks
example,
about that. Steiner talks about, like, I heard Steiner mention about these dolls that were popular in the early 1900s, and they were called beautiful dolls or something like that. He thought that was a detriment to young children because it's better to give a child a stick and let them play with a stick as opposed to giving them
Imagination.
something where they can't use their imagination to create.
Absolutely. Okay. But from what you're saying, real quick, my grandpa, I was the oldest of 4 boys on my dad. So my grandpa gave me a toy gun at like age 3 or 4. My mom immediately took it away. But in the woods, my 4 brothers and I made guns out of everything we could. And it wasn't really, I mean, it was, or just made, not like violent things, but we were just wanted to battle all day long. And my mom was so anti that. And she showed us nothing to do with battle or anything like that. But it was like, but I mean, if you look at a bunch of puppies, all they do is fight all day long or wrestle. You know, they're not usually trying to kill each other. So
Play fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up on a
like you said with the
sailboat,
sticks,
and
though, it's like I'm 43 and I still see a stick. I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good little fishing pole, or that's a good
yeah, of course,
rifle right there.
Sticks and rocks, dude. Rocks are so dope.
Dude, my son, I have to be careful. He's like hit me in the head
Kids
twice.
love
with a rock
throwing
last year.
rocks.
It's just like a missile launcher, dude. I'm like, stop.
My kids love throwing rocks. I'm the king of throwing rocks. Allie can account for my rock skipping stills. But I grew up on a boat, a sailboat in the 90s. So I read like an insane amount of like adult novels really young. And my dad was a paramedic for 2 weeks out of the month. So I'd be alone on a boat. And I had nothing but my imagination and reading books. Like, I think that really is a really good practice of imagination. Because I was reading like adult books. I didn't understand half of it, but it was like definitely an imagination thing. I definitely had a lot of time in my imagination growing up. And I feel like once I feel like public school never like always had a problem with that.
They do. It's horrible.
Really
I mean,
weird.
it's horrible. Like if you're imaginative, you're autistic now. I mean, I worked with the classroom I worked in, and I was in there for 3 years, was all the kids who were in trouble, but they kept in the public school. 2 of the kids were actually autistic due to like 80 standards, and like the new standard is if you don't, you could be creative or you could be, obsessed. They call it where you just, some kids are smart and they obsess over certain things. Like some of the kids are so good at dealing drugs, they're so good at making money in 7th grade that they're okay. You're an autistic kid. I'm like, no, this kid's actually a very skilled business person. Like, how do you know this isn't the next big entrepreneur? That's the next Elon Musk, unfortunately. They.
Yeah,
sorry, what's
Elon Musk, J-mate.
Yeah.
Hi. Sorry.
What do you think about Elon Musk?
What do I think about Elon Musk? Man, I've been following him since 2016 with the Neuralink thing. They had a patient die due to complications, like a couple months after the implant, and they said, they can't say it's from the Neuralink. It's unrelated causes. But look, man, I think that's what space is. Eddie Bravo's take on space is fake, alien invasion, one world government. I believe all that shit, man. 100%. I think you look at the drones in New Jersey at the moment, and I think it's probably distracting a lot of people from what's going on down on the ground. With Biden and his administration, what he's going to do before he goes out of office as well in the next month.
Syria, they're distracting us from Syria right now. There's all kinds of
and you look, what happened? What has Biden just done? He's just pardoned his son. He's just pardoned Fauci. Fucking, it's like they're trying to distract you, keep you looking up at the sky, going, "Whoa, look at all the lights. What's that?" Instead of paying attention to what they're actually up to. So I think stay focused, keep your eyes open, people, because something's coming.
Israel, all that stuff.
Something big's coming. I don't know what it is, but
it's all a distraction.
If you look at Archaic's channel, he says 2040, 2046, we're going to have a Phoenix event, and a Nemesis X that happens every 138 years and every 600, something like that.
Oh, is that from that Archaic's guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to him.
I've been trying to watch him.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's got some
Elon
interesting
Musk,
literature.
he wore like Satan warrior or some suit of I don't know what. Like he like totally egoistic from me, like not holistic intelligence at all. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Elon is not holistic whatsoever. I mean, trying to put a chip in somebody's brain to take over consciousness, that's not human, you know?
No, it's not, and it is. I mean, it seems far fetched, but it's just like if my son was given information in his ear, even not even a chip. Say that like there was something, you know, when we get text saying do this or do that or follow this map. How do I know that that's not going to be in the kid's ear in a couple of years? Just saying, hey, blocking out everything you say. I mean, Black Mirror show that I don't even care about the show, but that show showed like, oh, there's a video filter for kids' eyes so they can't see when somebody's being violent. How do you know that's not going to be in somebody's ear though, telling that like obscuring what you're saying because our words are more important than what even is happening.
Making you schizophrenic, like I'm hearing something.
And they're definitely pushing the AI and the virtual reality in schools. I teach at a college.
Big time.
And they want students to wear these, you know, goggles and all. I don't even want to put them on because I don't want to disrupt my sensory capacity. I think it's just
what
how
do they
can
reckon?
that be
You should
beneficial?
be wearing anti-blue light glasses anyway, because every bit of technology that we use is fitted with that, and you got optogenetics as well, coupled with mRNA technology. Who knows what that's going to do?
This guy knows
5 to 10 years. So, and look at our street lights too. For example, I've noticed with our street lights, L132s, they've got technology in there that's not supposed to be in there. We've
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've been
Because
seeing the
there's
lights,
LED
the blue lights
technology
around
that's
town.
insane.
Yeah. So
The
that's
LED
that'll be
stuff is
tricky
ridiculous.
too.
Like I work in
And here's
construction.
another thing. I'll give you some statistics as well, real quick. Hang tight. There we go.
Messes up your hormones.
Since 1970 to 2020, over 50 years, there's been 1,312 athletes that have suffered from cardiac arrest and died. In 1 year, from 2021 to 2022, we had 1,598 that suffered and died from cardiac arrest. So in 50 years, right, we had 1,300 cardiac arrest.
From what are you saying now?
Doctors are baffled.
It's in 1 year. It's in
clot shot.
2021 to 2022. So yeah, I've got to be careful with saying what it is. My channel is currently struck for talking about SV40 promoters and other things. So that's been found in the there's an article that's been released by the UK government back in March talking about I can't say what, but I can share my screen and show you. So
are you familiar with Mexican maybe?
The lights are blinding. They're blinding people. I'm blind from the fucking LED lights on cars. I'm not kidding you, or whatever you want to call them. I'm not kidding. They've gotten so blinding, like it's I don't even know what to say. I agree with you though.
Yeah, the screens are really bad.
Yeah,
us looking at screens all day, and they're way brighter than they need to be.
Yeah, I think there are glasses that can regulate it like that.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about, the blue light glasses. I think that's what he's wearing.
Are those blue light glasses he's wearing? That's good.
So here you go, just backstage here, Jeff. Have a look at this article that's been released by the UK government. This was a freedom of information request put in for Pfizer. So Dr. Jack Cruz, he done a piece on this 2 months ago or so on Danny Jones's podcast. You should check him out for sure.
That's terrifying.
Look at the YouTube.
I mean, most Jewish friends of mine who are actually Orthodox Jews will not be vaccinated by anything that's come on the market in the last 15 years. And they know something. My buddy's Jason Blake, his dad run the ER, and he actually died of breast cancer because he was struck with an AIDS needle, and he had to take this anti-AIDS thing. It was in the 80s. But his wife ran the ER after that, and they had to get certain vaccinations in the 90s, and everybody left. And all the nurses and all these people know about these things that you're talking about here with this mRNA and DNA stuff, but I don't know what's in it. I don't know what it does, but it's probably satanic.
Well, you go back to the 1950s, 1960s. What this was found in the polio vaccines as well.
Yeah.
300 million Americans had something particularly dropped on them, starts with a C that's not COVID, the big C, the nasty one that we don't like.
Yeah.
we've all been infected. Everybody that's had a shot, whatever. Yeah, I've had 2, so fuck. I had a pre-existing heart condition as well, and it's just been exacerbated. Other than that, you're right. Mystery illnesses for the past couple of years, off and on. Doctors, hospital, fuck knows. I don't know what's going on. But
I don't know if you're familiar with Mexican's work. Like, he's a activist from Australia, but he's now in Mexico. And when the COVID stuff started, he basically explained about that people who have a predisposition for some diseases, after they get the jab, they get it earlier, the diseases, right?
Right. And that's what that SV40, particularly with the Pfizer shots, that's what the contamination.
It's like an experimental gene therapy.
That's right. We've never seen a fucking mRNA before.
Even like
no,
Malone,
the mRNA
Malone
stuff is next level shit.
That's new. That's evolution. So we've been evolved ultimately. We're just going to see what the results are for the next 5 to 10 years.
And it's funny that Kerry Mullis died just before the pandemic, right?
Look at the YouTube CEO from 2022, Susan Wojciak.
She died. Yeah.
The brass 6 months later, fucking lung cancer, stage 4, never smoked a cigarette in her life.
Turbo cancer.
That's it. The SV40. That's
what killed Mark Passio's father.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was allergic to the pertussis vaccine. I ended up being homeschooled at 5 because I got so sick from the vaccine schedule they gave me. And this was in the 80s. And then when my son was born, they wanted the regular crazy vaccine schedule. I mentioned, I was like, and this was actually had Venice doctors, which is funny because they actually let me at least delay the schedule. I was like, I had this reaction to pertussis where I was hospitalized for 5 days with 105-degree fever. Do you think there's any problem there? And the doctor's like, there could be a problem there. And we did a tiny little schedule with my son. He was immediately hospitalized. Immediately. He was in the hospital for 2 days with 105-degree fever. And I've read there's a lot of people in the Black community, they have a higher reaction rate, but there's people, if you have that, no doctor, they have to push the fucking vaccine. But if there's any family history or any of the shit, with the mRNA, it's beyond anything anyway, like this guy's saying. But even on the old vaccines, they're extremely dangerous. It's like, who knows what the success rate actually is.
Yeah.
It's really terrible.
Success
rate based on lawsuits. I didn't sue, and I'm sure there's a million people who didn't sue. So if every time there's a lawsuit, they're like, oh, so now there's 3% of the population that is not, it might have a reaction to this vaccine. No, those are people who actually sued and won lawsuits. There's probably like 10%.
Yeah, there is one guy in New Zealand. He published publicly. He was the head of data for vaccines damage, or I don't know, something like statistics. And he published it public, and the day after he did an interview with the lady. The police stormed on him, basically. He was the only, because it's a small country, right? New Zealand, I think, and he's the only one who was collecting the data, right? And he objectively showed that there were more cases after the jab, and after that he was arrested or something crazy.
What?
So the promoter,
nuts.
This was found in the Pfizer's, so it's all public information now. Ultimately,
yeah.
Yikes.
This comes from the green tree monkey in South Africa.
I've yet to meet any disappointed that they didn't get vaccinated. But I've met a lot of people that are disappointed that they got vaccinated.
Oh, it's right. I've found Jesus since, so it's all good. I'm not religious by any means. I do read the Bible, but yeah.
What's why ironic that a stand-up comedian, a woman, she bragged about taking 3-4 shots and then she fell on her show. And she paid it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Crazy.
Yeah, Tom Collins has done a lot about the dangers of vaccinations, even the pre-messenger RNA era versions. I mean, induces a huge antibody response. You're attacking something that is, your body has not been exposed to naturally. You're creating an inflammatory response to it.
And
And
they
it's
do
going to
it
set you up.
as soon as you're born here in Australia, you get vaccinated on the spot.
Yes, it's the
As soon as
same
you're
in the
born,
United
you get hit
States.
with HPVs, fucking
They're
what's the
forcing
other
an
one?
operating system on you.
Meningococcal vaccines and all that shit. They give us them human papilloma. It's hectic.
It's scary. It's sad.
Are you guys vaccinated?
I've never been
I got two
vaccinated in my life.
I got that SV40 stuff. I'm evolving, bro. If I don't die, I'll be the next
The
stage
first
of
one
evolution.
in elementary school.
I got COVID. It was brutal. I never got
I think
vaccinated.
I might
but
have
got
gotten
COVID.
it twice.
You've gotten it
And it
twice?
was pretty bad.
The first one was, the
pretty
worst.
bad.
I mean, I'm not a wuss about. I don't care about the flu. It was brutal. It was like hallucinogenic brutal. I don't know.
I was sitting on the couch and I called Allie and I was just crying.
That's the way I felt. I was like kept on fighting.
It was bad.
I was either
like-
crying or angry. Though I was like screaming.
Yeah.
I was like, "Fuck you guys! What the fuck is wrong with me right now?" It was brutal, dude.
She came home from work and I was okay. It was just like I got it twice, but it was just overnight. Like it was just a full day of hell, and then I was fine the next day.
Mine was like 5 days, dude. Something's wrong with me.
Your immune system needs
See, the problem when it first came out and shit, they told people if they were sick to stay home from work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you got bills to pay, bro. You know what I mean? It takes fucking weeks to organise that welfare payment and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
and then like
I worked
work,
through all.
you
I
rent,
worked construction
you
through
wind on
every
your
single
rent,
minute of it.
So next minute you go into work, you crook, you cough and sneeze, and then the next day someone else is coughing and you're like, oh shit, might have started something here. Next minute the whole fucking workshop's crook.
Imagine the
Like,
PCR
shit.
so-called tests, man. The Kerry Mullis, who got the Nobel Prize for the PCR, which is not a test but a amplifying method, right? Of amplifying stuff, things in the body, and he said it's not meant to be used like a test, like to test, and they just used it to fear porn, right? To put up fake numbers, right?
And it's that and it is a test though. I mean, it's all just a test, right?
It's a polymer chain reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's I don't know. I worked through all of it. I wore a mask outside for like 2 years in construction. It was the biggest nightmare ever. Like wearing a mask is one thing if you're doing work where you need a mask, but to wear it all day long, it's like the most muzzled feeling in the world. You can't breathe anyway. It's brutal.
Meant for the surgeons not to spit on organs or to inhale. Toxic.
This is the thing though. You had a bunch of nurses. You had nurses and doctors in Australia that got let off, right? They got suspended from their positions and whatnot because they refused to get the vaccine. Then guess what happened? The hospitals and whatnot, and the doctors, everyone's understaffed. They called them all back to work. So you've got the unvaccinated working. So all these rules that they introduced, they fucked everybody. And get this, the nurses, because I chat up one of my nurses that takes my blood, they get an email every 3 months, right, which turns around and tells them if they suggest anything to the patients about going against vaccinations, they'll be stripped of their fucking credentials and they'll lose their position in work.
Yeah, money. It's about money.
It's literally, it's hectic. Hectic, man.
Doctors were paid to diagnose people.
Look at the pattern. Look at the pattern of those two vaccines, particularly with Pfizer. There's two of them. You got the BioNTech one, and then you got the other one, the Pfizer one. They had two patents for a reason. They had one to get through the FDA clearing, and then the other one was to unleash on the public.
Yeah, no consequences for the damage.
No consequences. They've been given immunity. You can't touch them. But we can, and that's where you got people on the streets running up.
It's a Robert Anton. I mean, it's a Robert Anton Wilson nightmare. He said, "Wait till the day where everybody's actually because he had polio." Robert Anton Wilson. He's like, "That's a vaccine that worked." He's like, "I would have died because as a kid with polio, and that vaccine worked." He's like, "Never since then has there been any vaccine though that."
Now you got 300 million Americans that got given cancer for free. You know, it's
Yeah.
like fuck.
Thanks a lot,
That's
fuck
where the
faces.
SV40 promoter was found in the polio vaccines as well. Somebody got a vaccine from 50, 60 years ago, one of the polio ones, cracked it open, tested it, and he found it. It's got the SV40 from the green tree monkey, the simian virus.
I'm sure it does. When Robert Anton Wilson died pretty early in his, I mean, he died around 68, I think, of polio-related symptoms. But he was to his grave. He was talking. He was like, "Well, there's something in there that's killing me," or from 40 or 50 years ago. He didn't believe he was dying from natural cause, at least. But I don't know.
The fear, the mongering was the most dangerous because people are getting like hypochondriac, right? Oh, I'm gonna get it. Oh, I'm gonna get. Like, that's the, I think, worst.
Oh, it didn't help that the media was lying about statistics. Hospitals lying about the rates of actual infections to get funding and whatnot, and get money.
Everyone, though, in the world is doing that. Jeff, what's his Prometheus picture? Who is this guy? Moloch? Who is that guy again?
Who's who?
This picture.
What's that?
Who's in the
photo? We're still watching this Steiner video.
Okay.
I'm gonna get cranking on this thing again.
We went to the
Romans. This was the name for Venus, hence why Lucifer is also referred to as the morning star. You can see it down there, the bigger star there. That's Venus. So again, Venus can be seen in the morning with the appearance of a bright star. And this can also be seen as Prometheus that stole the fire or light from the gods. If we look at Christianity, Lucifer was somewhat of a mistranslation, which has now been abandoned in modern versions of the Bible. The verse often brought into question is Isaiah 14:12, which states, "How are you fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn? How are you cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low?" In those older Bibles, Lucifer was actually used in the place of the O day star, but is now replaced with, depending on the edition, it's replaced with the day star, morning star, or shining star.
Weird.
And the person this verse is actually talking about is the king of Babylon. The real identity of this king, beyond being a ruler of Babylon, is debated. But many think that the king is simply a personification of the malevolence, that there was no intention to describe a specific person. And another Bible verse used to associate Lucifer with evil was Luke 10:18. Once people began to assume that Lucifer was a fallen angel, a connection was made to this excerpt here. "I watched Satan fall from heaven like a flash of lightning." And this line caused Lucifer to become directly synonymous with Satan, and hence his fallacious position as a symbol of negativity. And Steiner believed that Lucifer was a spiritual force and being who incarnated somewhere in Asia 3,000 years before Christ. To him, Lucifer symbolized imagination and fantasy and was the opposition to Ahriman, a spiritual force and being who is predicted to incarnate around 3000 AD. And Lucifer was Steiner's explanation for the immense creativity found in the mythology of the time, like the ones of the ancient Greeks and Egyptians, for example. And Lucifer is often described as a force of spiritual temptation, creativity, and individualism. He represents the impulse towards personal freedom, inspiration, and self-expression. And Lucifer can be seen as a force that seeks to liberate human beings from limitations of tradition and dogma. However, if left unchecked, Lucifer and the Luciferic impulses can lead to selfishness, egoism, and a disregard for the well-being of others. It is important to know that Steiner did not view Ahriman and Lucifer as literal beings or entities, but rather as a symbolic representation of spiritual forces that are present within the human psyche and the wide world. And here are some examples of how these forces apply in our society today. So the Ahrimanic forces can be seen as the rise of technology and the dominance of the scientific worldview. You can see scientism, it's on the rise. It's basically a new religion nowadays. So while technology has brought many benefits to society, it has also led to an increased sense of alienation from nature, a loss of connection to the spiritual values, and also those very creepy Boston Dynamics robots. And the focus on materialism and worship of just pure logic and reason can lead to devaluation of intuition, creativity, as you see here. This dumb art piece that was sold for, I think, over $100,000 or something. So this can lead to a devaluation of intuition, creativity, and emotions. And the Luciferic forces can be seen as in the emphasis on individualism, personal freedom, and self-expression in modern society. But while these values can be seen as positive, they can also lead to a sense of isolation, a lack of empathy for others, thinking you're better than them, and so on. Oh, I'm more spiritual than you, blah, blah, blah. And also as a disregard for traditional values and also I can't pronounce it, cultural norms. So the pursuit of personal success and recognition can also lead to a sense of competition and conflict rather than cooperation and collaboration. And here are some more examples in order to grasp these concepts on a deeper level. We go back to the Ahrimanic forces and the increasing dominance of digital technology in our lives, which can contribute to a sense of disconnection from our physical surroundings and a devaluation of face-to-face communication and human connection. And also the emphasis on productivity and efficiency in the workplace, which can lead to, dehumanizing of workers, and they focus only on profit and output at the expense of the employees' well-being and job satisfaction. And the rise of global capitalism, but I will maybe switch that word to corporatism, which prioritizes economic growth and competition over social and environmental well-being, leading to leading to increasing income inequality, environmental degradation, and social unrest, as we see in Paris right now, where the media doesn't really talk about it. And also the focus on standardized testing and quantifiable measures of educational achievement, which can prioritize the rote memorization and conformity over creativity, over critical thinking and individual expression. And the Luciferic forces, they have the emphasis on individual rights and personal freedom, which can lead to a disregard for community values and social responsibility, and also the unwillingness to sacrifice sometimes personal desires for the greater good. But again, remember, this has to be a balance. The focus on innovation and disruption in the technological industry, which can prioritize individual achievement and the pursuit of profit over social and environmental well-being. Also, the emphasis on personal branding and self-promotion in social media and celebrity culture, and self-importance, which can prioritize superficial qualities and external validation over personal growth and inner development, which a lot of those people are lacking. Also, the celebration of nonconformity and rebellion in popular culture, which can lead to a sense of alienation from tradition and also a disregard of values for social cohesion and cultural heritage. Again, this has to be a balance. I'm not saying, and I don't think Steiner is saying that protests, like all the protests are bad and nonconformity is all bad, but you have to strike a balance, and sometimes that is difficult. Let's talk a little bit about J-Man here. So in Steiner's teachings, Jesus plays a central role in the spiritual evolution of humanity. And according to Steiner, Jesus was a spiritual teacher who came to Earth to help humanity evolve to a higher level of consciousness and overcome the influence of Ahriman and Lucifer. Steiner believed that Jesus was a highly evolved spiritual being who had achieved a level of spiritual development that was beyond human understanding. And he saw Jesus as a representative of the spiritual world who came to earth to bring divine wisdom and guidance to humanity. And remember that Steiner was a Christian mystic, so of course he likes Jesus quite a lot. So in Steiner's view, Jesus was not just a historical figure, but also a living spiritual presence who continues to guide humanity from the spiritual world. He believed that Jesus' teachings were not limited only to Christianity, but were relevant to all religions and spiritual traditions. So this is universal. And according to Steiner, Jesus's mission was to help humanity overcome the negative influence of Ahriman and Lucifer, and to achieve a balance between the spiritual and the material forces. And he believed that Jesus's message of love, compassion, and selflessness was an antidote to the Ahrimanic and Luciferic impulses that can lead to materialism, selfishness, and spiritual isolation. So again, in Steiner's views, Jesus' ultimate goal was to help humanity achieve a higher level of consciousness and also spiritual awareness, and to create a more harmonious, balanced relationship between the spiritual and the material realms. And he believed that by following Jesus' teachings individuals could cultivate the spiritual qualities of love, wisdom, and selflessness to contribute to the evolution of humanity as a whole. So J-Man here, Jesus, plays a crucial role in balancing of the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces in the human soul, and also in the attainment of Christ consciousness. And according to Steiner, the human soul is caught in a struggle between two opposing forces, again, the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces. And as I said before, the Ahrimanic forces tend towards materialism, mechanization, and intellectualism, while the Luciferic forces tend towards spiritual egoism, arrogance, and rebellion. And Steiner taught that the human soul must be a balance between those two forces in order to achieve spiritual maturity and inner harmony, which I found very important. So Jesus was a perfect model of this inner balance for Steiner. He saw Jesus as embodying the highest spiritual qualities of love, wisdom, and selflessness, while also possessing a deep understanding of the material world. So again, he believed that Jesus came to earth to help us, humanity, achieve this balance and to overcome the negative influences of both of those Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces. And Steiner's teachings suggest that achieving Christ consciousness requires a deep understanding of the spiritual world and a willingness to embrace both the material and the spiritual aspects of life. Again, as I said in my other videos, it's all about balance in everything that we do. So Christ consciousness involves a state of inner harmony and balance where the individual is able to integrate their material and spiritual selves and to manifest the highest spiritual qualities in their daily lives. And Steiner believed that Jesus' message of love and selflessness was the key to achieving this Christ consciousness that he talked about. He thought that the love that Jesus embodied was not a sentimental or emotional love, but a profound spiritual love that transcends the material world. And this spiritual love, in Steiner's view, is the force that can overcome the negative influences of Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces. And to understand how Jesus balances the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces, we can examine some of the key aspects of this of his teachings and life. And we have love and compassion first. So Jesus' message of love and compassion was a direct challenge to the Ahrimanic forces of materialism and intellectualism. He thought that love was the highest spiritual quality and that it was the key to inner harmony and balance. And Jesus' message of love was not limited to a particular group or sect, but was inclusive of all humanity. His love was unconditional and selfless, and he urged his followers to show the same love and compassion to others. And this is a beautiful painting of made by Alex Gray. So please don't sue me. Next, we have humility and selflessness. And Jesus' message of humility and selflessness was also a direct challenge to the Luciferic forces of spiritual egoism and arrogance. He thought that the true spiritual greatness was not about personal power or personal achievement, but also about serving others and putting the needs of others before oneself at times. That's important. He demonstrated that he demonstrated this through his own life as he served the poor, marginalized, and ultimately sacrificed himself for the good of humanity. Next, we have wisdom and understanding. And Jesus' teachings also demonstrate a deep understanding of the material world and the importance of integrating the material and spiritual aspects of life. He used parables and stories to convey spiritual truths, drawing on everyday experiences and material objects to illustrate his points. He also recognized the importance of the material world for human well-being, healing the sick, feeding the hungry, and engaging with the material needs of his followers. Examples of how Jesus' teachings can help balance the Ahrimanic forces in modern society can be found in a range of fields from education to politics to business. For example, in education, Jesus emphasized creativity, critical thinking, and individual expression that can counteract the standardized testing, which is horrible, and quantifiable measures that prioritize the just pure memorization and conformity, which is everywhere in this modern school system. In politics, Jesus' teachings on love, compassion, and selflessness can inspire um, a politician or politics of social justice and environmental responsibility that challenges the global corporatism that prioritizes economic growth and competition over social and environmental well-being. Again, it's about balance. In business, Jesus' teachings on humility and selflessness can inspire a more ethical and sustainable approach to business, one that values the well-being of workers, customers, and also the environment over profits and shareholder interests. In summary, Steiner's teachings on the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces in the human soul suggest that achieving Christ consciousness involves a balance between the material and spiritual aspects of life, and also a deep understanding of both. And Jesus plays a crucial role in this process, as we saw, embodying the highest spiritual qualities of love, wisdom, and selflessness, and demonstrating the importance of balancing the material and spiritual aspects of life. Through his teachings and life, Jesus offers a model of achieving inner harmony and balance for overcoming the negative influences of the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces in modern society. So, again, remember, everything is about balance. Do everything in life with that thought in your head. This was all for today. Thanks for watching. I hope you learned something. I will definitely make more videos on.
Sorry, I thought we were going to actually find a Steiner video, but that was on Steiner.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. His voice was a little low.
It was a good presentation.
Yeah.
But what is this a natural? I'm trying to figure out. Is this? I guess going to relate this to natural law, though, in any kind of way, or where do we go?
Yeah,
I don't know what you guys talk about.
It definitely relates to what Mark Passio teaches. Mark Passio talks about the middle path. Christ is the middle path. Ahriman and Lucifer, they're taking us off that middle path. Ahriman is totally materialistic and looking to science, and and then Lucifer is in the other direction. More unhinged and just a volatile energy that is not focused at all. So it's better to stay in the middle path. I'm getting some echo here.
Oh, really?
Are you on the middle path? Are any of you guys on the middle path? Patty, are you?
I try my best every day, but I'm only human. I'm sure I falter, but I've become more aware of people I interact with, my work, society. So are we all frozen, or is it just me?
I don't know. It's all working on our side.
Oh, I think just Cam.
I think just Cam's frozen.
I did find a Steiner quote on the injection. If you want to see it really quick, I can share my screen.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
Mark of the Beast.
Let's see if I can do this. Okay.
He's like barely still hearing.
Can you guys see this?
Not yet.
Hmm.
Who's still here?
Yeah, it should pop me up.
I just got thinking with that middle way that you're talking about. It's sort of similar to like I've heard a little bit of Alan Watts talking about Taoist philosophy and whatnot, and Buddhism, the Four Noble Truths. You got Yin Yang, Wu Wei.
Yep.
And the Wu Wei one was the one that interested me with the Taoist
balance of the feminine
which is
masculine.
the ideal of effortless action or inaction. So Tao is the idea that encourages people to align their actions with nature and the world around them.
There we go. There it is.
You need to care to know in order to act.
Maybe zoom in.
Yeah, if you
might
could
need to
zoom
zoom.
in a little to read the small text.
It's pretty small text.
On the other side.
Oh, what's up, Rice Life?
Eliminate the soul with medicine. Well, like DMT. Is anyone here had DMT?
I had psilocybin mushrooms.
No? Not yet?
Yeah.
Come on, you got to try it. It's not as scary as what people say. You do have a full-blown out-of-body experience, and it is like a forced separation. Intention's key. Do a breathing meditation beforehand. Listen to a shaman singing a sacred Icaros in the background like it's an ayahuasca ceremony. You're guaranteed a good time. I promise. I fucking promise, bro. When I'm 22, man. I had my first DMT trip when I was 20. Just went through a nasty breakup. Didn't give a fuck about the world anymore.
That's
Didn't
really young.
care. Yeah, for sure, man. But I've done everything. Every drug that you can imagine, I've had it. Opium, meth. Yeah, meth is the hardest one that messed me up. So, been off it for 2 years now, though.
What about nicotine?
But yeah, mushrooms, LSD, fucking.
Nicotine.
What about salvia? Have you ever tried salvia?
No, I haven't had salvia yet. That one scares me.
Oh, man.
I've seen Hamilton go to Mexico and actually do the proper ceremony where they eat the leaves instead of smoking it because apparently the spirit doesn't like to be burned. Or the plant doesn't like to be burned. But no, I've just seen the kind of people trip out on like 80x and 60x. Like watch the YouTube compilations with people fritzing, and that's just been enough to put me off it. You know what I mean? I had a hectic.
I've seen people resist and have terrible reactions, but I've experienced it in sort of. I was a little bit younger, but it was a very I had a good experience with it, but I've seen it bring out like absolute terror in people.
Fuck yeah, 100%. I had a horror trip when I was 14. Like LSD was a big part of my teenage years. I abused it for a good 6 months or so, and then I had like I think it was like 4 white on whites, 250 UGs. So they're like 1 milligram of LSD all up, and I was all right. I had a bit of a tolerance already. But yeah, one of the lads, he handed me a back bong. So just tobacco and no weed. I'm like, I don't need it, bro. I don't need it. It's like, oh, come on, don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. Have the bong. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll have it. Smoke the bong. I taste the tobacco. No weed. I'm like, oh, fuck. Just started spinning. Then I said, like, oh, I'm going to go to sleep now. To me, I gently lay down on the floor and put my hands under my head like that. But it's slow motion. Oh, it's hit the ground, make eye contact with myself in the reflection of the back door, shattered into a million pieces.
Whoa.
That's rough.
From that was pretty fucking intense.
I don't know
about
very
that. Intense. But
I like your stories.
Hectic. I like drugs. So, yeah.
I mean, I like the, when you go to the roots of the words, like psychedelic, right? I like listening to this old podcast of Passio, and he always dissects the words, right? Like psyche and delude, like to clear the mind, or to when like psychedelics are there to like reevaluate your like experience, or like explore your consciousness, right?
Yeah, help you reprogram.
Yeah. So that's why they are so demonized, because the authorities are demonizing it so that people don't question authority, right? So that's why people are afraid of psychedelics.
Yeah, I have a problem with authority too. Videos up on the tube. Yeah, I got charged for that, Jeff, by the way. Disorderly conduct and offensive language near a licensed premises. I'm like, fuck you, I'm not paying the fine. I'll take you to court. It's free speech.
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
Was that something to do with your car having bald tires on it?
They defected my car, and look, they still have to ask permission to go inside the vehicle, and they failed to do so. So I've just submitted the freedom of information
Can you
request.
use common law there?
If it has to go to court, then yeah, it will. Sorry.
Can you does using common law help or something like?
Yeah, to a degree. So what I'm being charged under the Offences Act 1952, and fortunately for me, Section 7 of that Offences Act in the legislation says that under emotional circumstances, you can get away with offensive language. And fortunately for me, I wasn't intending to cause harm or offend anyone. So, yeah. Hopefully I can get out of it, because they slapped me with a $600 fine. If I can put a sticker on my car that says I can't drive it. So it's like, shit.
What?
Passed the alcohol and the drug test, though, so they had no purpose for pulling me over to begin with.
The fact that there's law on the books about offending someone is just mind-boggling.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Just imagine bald eagles soaring behind us right now when we hear that. But yeah, no, seriously, that is
wild.
It's shocking that that's a state of a modern society anywhere.
Ministry of the Triggers.
Well, they pulled up on me in
cool
an undercover
country too.
I got done by undercovers, and that didn't help. I was nervous as fuck. I wasn't sure if I was going to pass the drug test, because I'm a medical cannabis patient at the end of the day, so I have a defense. But the law in South Australia, my state, is if you get detected with any THC in your saliva, doesn't matter if you're impaired or under the influence, instant loss of license. And we've been legal for medical since 2016, decriminalized for growing cannabis since 1986. So we can get away with growing a couple plants here outdoors as well.
But you can't smoke it.
Yeah, fuck, you can. 100%. What do you think I'm smoking, brother?
You just can't drive around with it or something.
No, you just hide it in your medical
drive
tub,
around
and they
much,
can't tell the difference. So you just put your straight weed or your homegrown in your
You got
medical
some good
tubs.
Fords over there, though, in Australia. Some good old muscle cars there, right?
Well, yeah, old cars, sure, like in the country areas you do.
You guys love V8s, right?
Yeah,
At least a couple years ago. You did.
What's it? The Barra? That Barra engine that's in everything in Australia.
Yeah,
Barras are sick. I'm gonna have you send me one of those soon.
Dude, I want one so bad.
Cheap, man. Hey, for $750 US, you could buy one right now, bro.
No way.
Yeah, 100%.
Guys, I'm gonna have to sign off. It's past my bedtime.
All right.
I'll see you next week.
Thanks for hanging out, Patty.
Thank you,
Are we starting at
Hopefully see you next
5
week.
next week or 6?
Yeah, 5 next week. We had a big day today.
Okay.
Check out Patty's channel, Natural
Patty,
Law
where's
Health.
your bong? Where's your bong, Patty?
What is it?
No,
What's
I'm
your
just kidding.
channel?
Oh, I'm not that active because it's been a crazy work year, but Natural Law Health, it's right under my name.
Okay. I can't see much. I need glasses.
Yeah.
I see it.
Sub Patty's channel. Go sub our channel. Go watch all of our videos. Very informative
you,
stuff
buddy.
about health and
Thanks
morality.
for having me. I'll
Bye,
see y'all
Patty.
next week. Bye.
See ya. It's funny, Jay, you were talking about Alan Watts because I was going to end the show watching A Man with No Friends. You know, Alan Watts' lecture about being a loner and not, you know, basically not allowing yourself to get caught up socializing where people can lead you astray, conforming to society, stuff like that.
Yeah. Overwhelmed by
Video here. This is one of my favorite videos. I want to start playing it, watch it like every day, every time we do this show, because it's such a good video about shadow work and you know, reprogramming your brain after being programmed by people that don't want what's best for you, basically,
and after being traumatized.
and after being traumatized growing up. Or, you know, trauma that was something our mom went through or our grandmother went through. Intergenerational trauma fucks with us and we don't even know why we have it. So it's kind of you know, it's very tricky. But being triggered, you know, we've been talking about this all night. Triggering people and being triggered is a good thing. You should always check in with yourself when you get triggered about something and question why you feel that way, because 9 out of 10 times you might not agree. If you step outside yourself and really ask the question, you might not agree why you're reacting in such a way, because it's something that has been told, it's been ingrained into you by society to act that way, and that's not your true self. It's a part of like what is it, your persona. It's just something that you can kind of like, it's like a body of evidence that you can, a body of content that you can make that's not actually yourself. It's a
conscious,
a mask. Yeah. But this lady explains it quite well.
I felt that Jung should tell me what I should do, whether I should write a book, whether I should get a divorce, what I should do. And he wouldn't. And so I got mad at him. And I said, why is everybody so mean to me? And he said, why are you so mean to everybody? So I stormed out. And you got what I said there. I said to him, why is everybody so mean to me? And he said, why are you so mean to everybody? That was the trigger point. I was gone for a year. And I wrote him, oh, I don't know. Every now and then I'd sit down at the typewriter and write him what a son of a bitch I thought he was. How when I first got to Europe, everyone thought he was a charlatan. I thought he was too. And I didn't, he was the most conceited, vain man. And I really had a great time. And you sent all these letters? Sent the letters, of course I did. And I thought, I hope he drops dead of a stroke. And I felt very good. I just felt fine. When I can get mad, I can lose 5 pounds just by getting mad. It's the adrenaline goes, and I just think, it's the opposite of poor little me. And as I don't care, let the world go stuff it up. I don't care what happens to me. And one morning I woke up, and I began to laugh. I thought, for God's sake, what's been going on here? What a jackass you. And suddenly I realized, sure, he really hit it. And so I phoned Miss Schmidt, Fräulein Schmidt, and asked if I could have an appointment. And she laughed and said, oh, yes, she said, Professor Jung told me to save some time for you. We thought you'd be calling shortly.
So, so being triggered and triggering people is not mean. It is not pointless, as Estaban earlier was saying, that we waste our time up here going after people. It's absolutely ridiculous. People need to be taken out of their comfort zone, and if they're doing something that's so obvious that the community around them sees it, the community should call that person out relentlessly.
It's tough love. like you were saying
Yeah.
earlier.
If you
Very
can't, if you're
emotional,
somebody who
intelligent.
says you can't be triggered, like I would never talk to somebody who can't be triggered. Like I have no interest in people who have no response. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I don't even. This is the first chat I've been in a long time with anybody in any of this capacity, because there's people who think they know or are invincible, and it's like God will crush you no matter what, or whoever you want to believe it is.
Natural law does
He's
not care about your
community
opinions.
or whatever it is that's coming for you when you don't.
Get
It's
as offended as
part
you
that
like.
when you think you're in the clear, then that's when the truth even comes out. Like, it's crazy. Because I mean, I was at my worst in my 20s, and it took till my 40s for it to be punished.
Yeah, like that kid, this child that came to the show earlier, he was saying that, how dare you tell people to do shadow work when you haven't done this? But that he's completely missed the point, because everyone is on a different path of natural law. And you know, there's no right way of doing shadow work, and there's no wrong way of doing shadow work, as long
You
as
don't
you're
have to have
doing it.
prerequisite
People have different
knowledge.
ways of doing things. Yeah. And
I mean,
so
I think-
it's definitely not a race, like this kid was trying to make it seem like, oh, you don't know this, how dare you say this? And it's just like,
Yeah,
dude,
you're breaking the contract.
Yeah, breaking the contract that I never made.
I mean, it's maybe just concepts to
there
him,
was,
though.
like,
It
a
might just be a
misunderstanding
concept because
about-
it becomes so real in reality, though. I mean, maybe he's thinking only in the concept of what it is. I have no idea, because I don't even know what it is, but I know what you're talking about when you talk about it, even
Yeah,
though I
but-
can't explain it.
I can imagine myself in his age. I would really soak up this information that you are like sharing here. Like I would be really, I don't know if I grew up less of with an ego or I don't know what, but I would like really be curious. Like, okay, I'm triggered maybe, but let's go deeper. Why you called me out, right? Not spin it like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, right? So like the attitude is gratitude, right? I mean, like it's really important to have like this emotion.
Maybe ask yourself, like, what are you revealing about yourself when you're triggered in this situation?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What triggers you? Why? The why is always like important. Like, but people are not ready to face their like shadow. Like they are ashamed of maybe their weakness.
Hey man, the shadow's
Oh.
fucking scary. I'll tell you now, it's a scary thing. You know what I mean? It's that reflection looking back at you on mushrooms with a stretched grin that's too far. You know what I mean? A little bit like menacing, you know, a bit intense. You're like, oh, and you're staring at yourself and you're trying to, you know, that shadow work on psychedelics is an interesting one. You'll see yourself age as an old man and then come back to being young, like a baby face. It's fucking
Yeah.
But wait till you're like 45, and then it comes back with a smiley face, and you're not on anything. You're like, oh my god, it's been chasing me for fucking 30 years, and it's still
It's accepting
here.
that, like, all those dark qualities and
You just,
shit. Like,
Yeah,
accepting
Satanism is like
that's ever happened in human history has been done by humans. You know what I mean? That's
Satanism
us,
is the Satanism is the default setting for people not holding themselves in line with natural law and doing shadow work. Like that's just where you end up when you aren't paying attention to your inner.
Just went through a phase of Satanism. It's brutal.
Moral relativism, social Darwinism, and eugenics, right?
If you don't believe in morals, why even look inside? You know, like
it's objective. Crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, man. So yeah,
I think
shadow work.
one thing that Esteban missed earlier, the kid we were talking about, like what the goal of shadow work is, right? Because it's not to get to a point to say you've done all this work and to have all this knowledge just to say you have it. What's the goal? It's to be an actual, like, real individual, like a genuine person, and therefore an effective and efficient person in being able to
articulate,
know the truth and see the truth and tell people about it and teach it and use people as examples and yourself as examples and use it as a lesson. But yeah, it's like that's like the important focus too. It's what's the point?
Yeah. Put yourself out there, right?
It's not a lot. They're just these guys that do this, that don't do that. They're just not convincing. They just talk and talk and talk, and it's just like, I'm not understanding what you're trying to put out. And it's like, if you can't articulate it, you obviously don't know what you're talking about, you know. And if you can't bring like real like life experiences, like I go to these guys have these natural law groups, and they just talk, they just kind of, you know, blow smoke up each other's asses the whole time. And I go in the chat and I'm like, can you guys tell me like examples of, you know, when you've used foreshadow work to, you know, to like, you know, like I'll just ask them the most basic question. Like, what do you do for shadow work? And they just can't answer it. And it's like, well, why are you doing a natural law podcast every week if you can't articulate these things, or you guys aren't talking about the internal work? Because they just want to outwardly point and blame the government, blame everybody, without the balance of also blaming, you know, pointing inside and seeing what you're doing wrong in your environment. You have to have balance. That's what this whole thing, all tonight, balance. It just kept coming back to balance. You can't be too unbalanced, like Esteban was completely unbalanced, completely spewing.
Totally diverging, totally
new age nonsense that he knows is nonsense. He's a big fan of Mark Passio. Mark Passio does not like that shit.
It's a perfect example of like what we were looking at with the Steiner video about the one path, and like Patty was talking about this, the one path is the hyper scientific, super logical, focusing on words.
That's right.
Yes. And then the other side is the hyper emotional. He was representing both of that, representing, this hyper intellectual, hyper focusing on definition of words, and then getting emotional at what he perceived at people not getting the definitions right. And again, he's not able, so like when you're in that mindset, you're not able to have a genuine conversation. You're not genuinely showing up as yourself and engaging in the conversation. You're putting up that mask like that. Like,
I know
you
what
know,
you're
someone
saying.
like that, I know all this information. I know natural law so well. Like that's the mask. That's the identity.
That's bullshit.
It's false.
I mean, there's the language, and then
He
there's
wanted
the
to talk about
semantics
these things that he
behind
had
it.
memorized,
Makes it
you
even
know.
worse.
Yeah, like tell me the definition of
Semantics
right.
cover up everything.
And I tell him the definition of the right, of what the right is. He has no.
He was sent here. He was sent here by a bunch of fucking cowards. These dudes beat up on these dudes, attack the girls on my show because they're too scared to face me. So so he was sent. So grown ass man sent that 19-year-old kid here to try and to try and like do something because he's too scared. It's pretty funny. I every week I'm up here like calling this kid out, and he's just hiding and raging, and he's supposed to be the head guy, you know, up at Mark's network.
He's 19 now? Is he really 19?
The least bit.
He's 19 years old though.
The kid that was on earlier is 19. And he's taking courses, and he's like, he'll go up on in the chat, or he'll go and talk to Mark in the class, and he's just like pompous little shit the whole time, just like, oh, I'm so smart, 19, you know, like this fucking dill hole with zero life experience.
Well, you got to consider this for a second, Jeff. Maybe he's just easily impressionable. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course. Well,
like
no,
a lot of young
that's the
people
whole thing.
these days, you know. So
yeah, I was trying to trigger him so he would say more, so we can find out, you know, like what he's really mad about, because he came up here with a lot of ill intention, which is very strange.
Yeah, but
coming from someone coming from this network, you know, this people that claim to be into natural law.
Other people, right? That was his point. Like, why are you attacking? Or like something like
maybe it's the contradicting beliefs that he struggles with. You know what I mean? Well, I struggled with it when I first like got into the Christianity thing, probably Orthodox Christianity about a year ago, and I adopted it like real fast without fully understanding it, you know what I mean? And when people challenge those beliefs, I struggled with it, you know what I mean? It was interesting how I reacted to it at the time. But like going further into it, I'm like, hold on a second. Maybe religion's not the answer. I'm big on Jesus, 100%, but the religious corporation side to it and whatnot, how they've removed important scriptures and stuff
limiting consciousness.
to conform people with
Start
the
checking out Mark Passio, bro. Mark Passio's got a lot of
really.
we're all kind of up here for because of Mark Passio. And remember, your buddy, your dreadheaded buddy, he knew who Mark Passio was. He knows Mark.
Benimus. Yeah.
I'll send you some stuff. I'll send you because there's like one of his lectures that's like a must watch first thing. The natural law lecture. It's like 8 hours. But it's like you'll be a ninja after that.
So who
Cam's
first coined the term
watched it in a
natural law?
long time.
Who was the person that
Natural-
first coined the term natural law? Who was that?
Oh.
Do we know? Like, what were they studying at the time?
Who coined the term natural law?
John Locke talks about natural law, and that's like 1692.
John
but I
Locke,
don't think he coined the term.
Is there any
I don't
literature
know.
available from back then still?
By the way, though, I don't know anything about what Jeff's talking about, so I have to learn a lot. I just know
It's about like
a little bit of Mark Passio and John Locke.
Right.
Yeah,
behavior.
'cause you were into Mark. You were into Mark, Cam, when he wasn't into like inner work and shit. He was still
Yeah, he
very
was very
much like
angry.
like a angry at the government guy back then.
Yeah.
And he'll tell you now. He calls himself he calls himself an actor. He says he's an actor back then because his message is so different now. And
I can't
now
wait,
that
I
he's
can't wait to hear it. Though.
now that he's changed his message, he went from being the most popular person in the truth movement to the least popular person in the truth movement because no one wants to do the internal work. They don't want to face their shadow and actually get to know it. They just want to ignore it and act like it doesn't exist, which is not the right way of doing things.
What are you talking about?
I agree.
Shadow work.
No. Which person?
Jeff? What do you think the best way if you're someone that's like just getting into this, just discovering shadow work? What do you think the best way to get started on doing that inner work would be?
Well, you're already doing it by doing the research or doing your unprogramming yourself by the powers that be. So you're like admitting that you're being lied to is the first step, and then admitting that maybe nothing good ever happened in your life, like nothing, like everything. Oh God, your parents, like everyone has set us up for failure, basically. So you really have to question every aspect of your life and like we were saying, every time you get triggered about something or every Allie's going crazy right now.
Oh no, finish. Every time you get triggered by something.
Every time you get triggered by something, you got to check in on that and like how you feel, and you're going into the political stuff. Like you really have to understand what the definition of anarchy is. Anarchy is no slaves, no rulers, no slaves, and like really take that to the full, to the maximum, and try and start doing less harm. Just always in your life, just be like, okay, is there a better way of me doing this? Like for the environment around you, the people around you,
inner monarchy and external anarchy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Monarchy and anarchy intertwined. Right.
Yeah, exactly. There's kind of like there's like like Mark talks about shadow work being a 3-step process, and he kind of got that from combining a lot of different occult references of what shadow work is and what it looks like. But he talks about how the 3 steps are like the first step is awareness, becoming aware. So looking at yourself like, hey, I have this problem, I act in this way, there's a problem. Step 2 is affirmation. So essentially turning like the positive into a negative, right? So let's say if you have a problem where, let's say you're looking at yourself, I get annoyed when people don't do things a certain way, and I act out and I treat people poorly because of that. What's something turning that to a positive? Okay, you see that in yourself that you are good at that you excel in that way, to where that negative aspect is actually there's positive ways you can use that aspect of yourself. And then the third step is action.
Right.
So then taking that self-work, controlling yourself when that trigger comes up, when someone makes you want to be an asshole because they're not doing something a certain way, look at yourself, be like, okay, this is why I have this reaction. Maybe think about, okay, when did I first feel like this as a kid? And you can think about, oh, this is because my, mommy and daddy didn't listen to me, right? That kind of stuff. So it's like, but it's like that 3-step process. And it's like continuously doing that over and over and over. But that kind of seems to be the agreed method, let's say, of doing it, of just like, that
It's
stepwise
like
progression.
inner trivium, huh?
Yes. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
And you got to believe in karma too. There's a certain way you can treat a community where that community will thrive, and there's a certain way you can treat that community where it will degrade. And the problem we have in our society now is there's too many people degrading the society. So we, as the individual, at least, no matter how big of an activist we are, we as an individual at least have to change how we are and constantly think about doing less harm and doing and
Right.
being more moral.
So is the
because
the ultimate goal of it with the being triggered thing, like not to be triggered at all? And like when naturally in those situations where you would be triggered, instead of reacting negatively, maybe
you just
try and
choose
suggest
to
in a
react
positive
in a
way,
better,
like how Ali was saying, if you're upset with how somebody else is doing something because that's not how you'd normally do it, maybe instead of reacting negatively or emotionally spontaneously, you can put forward a positive suggestion to encourage them to try something different themselves.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I think there is like
the whole
phrase. Yeah.
and
Emotions
there's the
are
whole drama we were
relative,
talking
we
about
are not.
earlier. It was all based off of some people reacting very badly, and these people are kind of in a place of respect where they should have be past that kind of reaction. Reacting, impulsively and just getting angry is you're putting the least amount of effort into the interaction you're having with this human.
At the very least, like not allowing yourself to treat someone treat them and interpret them in a way of your experience with them, rather than having your chip on your shoulder, like we were talking about in this situation. These people know that we hang out on this podcast, so therefore they treat us in a certain way. It's like, okay, what does that shadow work look like for them? Okay, why do I get this feeling when I see these people commenting in this thread? Why do I get this? Why am I so pissed? Why do I want to shut down this conversation so much? It's it's pretty, it seems simple, but it's not when it's yourself. I get
fighting
it.
against the truth, basically.
Well, yeah.
It's like listening
Like
to react.
instead of working towards the truth, you're fighting against the truth, is what these guys are doing. So we're just simply pointing it out, that hey, they should be doing better, especially if these guys all cosplay being gurus, bro. So it's like, if you're gonna be a guru, you absolutely in public have to be stellar about your fucking rhetoric, and you can't go and be the example of the wrong way of doing it if you're out there trying to teach people stuff.
Right, yeah, the right way of doing it. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Karma's real, bro, and your karmic inventory gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more you ignore it.
Where does the word karma originate from?
Sanskrit, huh? I don't know.
There you go. What's the other one? There's a softer version of Sanskrit called Pali.
Aramaic.
No, Pali, and it's similar to
Pali.
Sanskrit, right? But it's a softer version. So instead of spelling karma, K-A-R-M-A, it's K-A-M-A. So it's interesting the way that works too. But,
Okay. Okay.
so they've got different what is it, like sub languages of Sanskrit, which is fascinating as fuck, man.
Yeah, in
Sanskrit
Serbian
looks
language, there are some words that are similar.
Yeah, there's a good book on Ayurvedic medicine as well, the Rasiana. That's you can pick up a copy of that. It's a fucking fantastic book. I've got a bunch of plants here, like medicinal plants, so
nice.
Yeah, it's good shit. Good shit. Favorite one's the ephedra. I love that plant. You can't. The thing is, like, there's a side effect to it, right? So when the ephedra wears off, and it's rich in ephedrine alkaloids. So if you got cold, bronchitis, asthma,
Mormon tea,
arthritis,
right?
Yeah, or you can just eat it just straight off the plant. The only thing with that is you get cramps in your hands afterwards, right?
Really?
So when it wears off, because it is a bit of a mild stimulant because it works on your central nervous system, being ephedrine. But yeah, the only side effect is the hand cramps. So it's the only discomfort.
That's not bad.
But yeah, like in terms of mental clarity, focus, and shit, because I was diagnosed ADHD as a kid, so that put me on the pathway of like amphetamines from a young age. So
me too.
Yeah, Dexies, Ritalin.
13 to 43. Adderall every day.
Did you say you're 24?
Oh shit!
I'm not on Adderall right now. It's been like 6 months. It feels weird. But I've been on it for 20 years before that.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'll probably be on it again pretty soon.
No, you don't need it, bro. Just naturally aspirate.
You don't need that shit.
I like to take it sometimes when I'm working.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Need it. You're smoking
called
pot
abuse.
and everything else, though. I don't smoke pot, dude.
Yeah,
that's 20 years of it. Yeah,
it's better than Adderall.
Adderall
from people.
What?
So I need the cannabis.
What?
I can't go with that, unfortunately. I've
Cannabis
looked within
doesn't
myself.
work for me,
I've
though.
gone without the cannabis for periods of time, and unfortunately, it's better for everybody else. If cannabis is what I opt for, otherwise it's medication, pills and stuff, and I don't have a say in that, unfortunately.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But hey, offal Lexapro, olanzapine, SSRIs, noradrenaline reuptake inhibitors, bro, they put me through everything, man.
Damn.
Yeah,
Not me.
man.
I only took Adderall.
They put me when I was in elementary school. They put me on Ritalin and Dilantin, and Dilantin is an anti-seizure medicine. I used to just pass out and drool on myself. It was pretty crazy.
Dilantin's pretty nuts. Are you okay? I don't take Dilantin, but I
don't
understand what you're
know.
talking about. It's antipsychotic.
What that shit did to me, man. No idea what that shit did to me.
When did you stop taking ADHD medication?
When I was 15, I went and lived with my dad, and I was like wearing headgear and taking all these fucking pharmaceuticals. My dad's like, do you want this shit? And I was like, no. And he got his pliers out and pulled my fucking braces out, and he fucking threw my fucking meds in the trash.
Really? Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask a question.
I don't know what that shit did to me. I kind of believe the Scientologists when they say when you take that shit, it stays with you your fucking whole life.
Oh, it does. I don't know about everything, but
yeah,
speed does.
Have you, Jeff, have you ever thought about, like, I don't know, have you made any like a public presentation or something like that, like Pasio did or something? Because here in Serbia, like, I'm really often thinking about teaming up with some friends of mine and like maybe asking for a venue or something to like even screen the documentary, you know, of Pasio or something like, right? So like to do something, right? So like,
yeah,
I'm I'm thinking like what like, because I feel like I know I understand the points, and I'm still always like reminding myself of the crux of the things, like how they say the core. But I always have a feeling I'm not ready enough to articulate it like, I don't know, Passio does it, or like, but
yeah, no, it
yeah,
comes with time,
yeah,
like you just got to keep going and keep
yeah.
make it like it's what is it, perfection
Make
is the enemy of
yeah,
good,
yeah,
like you
make
got to
mistakes,
just
and
make whatever content you make until it gets
yeah,
better. It's taken
yeah,
me a long time to be able to just do a podcast every week,
yeah,
like I used to say like and like I used to do all that shit all the fucking time, and like not be able to get stuff out. I still totally have problems, but you just got to keep doing it and you'll just get better. And that's what, like when you go and you take Passio's course and you get out, you want to be able to like immediately do great work, and it's too high of an expectation. So you just got to do whatever you think you do best or whatever you're most passionate about. You just need to start making videos about that and be the
yeah. I just wanted to say, like,
after a while.
practice with the camera, practice talking to the camera, or like, or
Yeah.
making.
Mark
like,
talks about this. So this is part of our shadow work, to where we feel, let's take, say, public speaking.
Yeah.
That's something that, if that's preventing us from doing the great work and putting information out there, that's our ego being afraid of making a mistake and putting ourselves out there and being judged, right?
Embarrassed by people.
Now that's something we all have to wrestle with, but Mark says that's just something we have to, he's like, you gotta fucking get over
Fear of
it, and
sacrifice.
you gotta practice to get better at it. Make, like you're saying, make videos, watch yourself, catch the filler words you use over and over. I do it with myself. It's a huge thing I have to get over. I mean, he knows it's hard for me to even edit videos of myself talking, because just hearing myself talk, it's like, a lot of us have that. So there's a lot we need to get over with it. A lot of that's ego. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy to think about. We're like, oh man, yeah, I don't want to look stupid. But yeah, practice. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, practice.
Yeah, we are human.
But
All we
especially
are
like,
make mistakes. Yeah.
Humility is probably a big part of it, isn't it?
In your native language too, getting it out there. So
Yeah, we are like translating a lot of like Passio's content for a start, right? Because he helped a lot to spread this, knowledge and everything. And I don't idealize anybody. Everybody has mistakes, of course. But when I see somebody is consistent more, then I will like always recommend that person more than somebody who's like totally contradictory and still doesn't see their contradictory behavior, right? So I am trying to like more focus on people who are open to see their inconsistencies, right? So and so we translated passages like natural law documentary. So now I found a guy from South Serbia who basically most of his content he's already translating and still translating. I think he's in the how to become the great media. I forgot the.
There's a lot of thick accents. There's a lot of accents in that course.
Yeah, I know, but I think he went into it because to improve his skills, and so I'm glad that like here we are trying to connect and like to.
I'm gonna bounce for a bit, guys.
Be more active, right?
All right.
Everyone,
peace, brother.
Hey, Serbia.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Cam.
Okay, just letting the Serbian guy know that I'm Hungarian, so we can still be
cool
friends, though, my buddy.
Cool. Imagine you.
So we're gonna watch this video. Tell me if you guys recognize anyone in
Let's
it.
see. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I know this one. This is old. Yeah. Oh, here he is. He was really crazy.
You recognize him?
Yeah, and I know this video. Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of,
Recognize him?
Yes, sir.
he was
This is
into
awesome.
Satanism then. Yeah.
Satanist pack here.
He was a sick
What
ass
was the
death
band? The
metal
name?
vocalist.
Then,
Like sick ass death metal vocalist.
Yeah, I agree.
and he's
I'm
now
gonna get
scary
the
as
followers.
fuck,
I have
too.
to get it.
These guys are
Cool.
really good. Like this was a very good band for this era.
Yeah, I know. This is sick.
what was the name of the band? I forgot. Something like
Insanity.
Insanity, right?
That was awesome.
But Satan.
Thanks for
Satan.
sharing.
Anton LaVey style.
Yes.
Do you like that music?
Yes, exactly.
No, I mean, I'm more like hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah, we're hardcore here. We're metalheads here. We're hardcore kids.
That's how I met Jeff. He was a metalhead.
Yeah.
I like jazz. I like funk.
When did
I play
we meet,
saxophone.
Cam?
Huh?
When did we meet?
I think maybe you just got in your BMW, the black one that you crashed.
Beauty bar or something?
Oh yeah, no, but way back though, Beauty Bar, not
Or like Club 82, Bang, Beat It, Moscow, those
Yeah.
places.
Yep.
Okay. I wonder how we met exactly.
Coda.
Travis Coda.
That's who I knew.
That guy was sketchy as fuck.
I didn't hang with Coda for
People
long,
call
but
me
that's-
Shady Jeff. That guy was sketchy as fuck.
Fuck Coda. I hate Coda. He's so spooky. I hung out with Coda for like 6 months, and in that time I met you.
Yeah, I think I remember.
But we didn't
that.
really hang out till late, like a few years after that. I knew who you were. I knew you
Yeah,
crashed your
and
car.
then-
We talked and stuff. You were always a busy dude, and I was busy too at the time.
Yeah. Me and Cam DJ'd at this place called the Beauty Bar in Hollywood. We did a death metal night.
That was fun.
And just cleared the house every night we played. we DJ'd. I remember people would walk up to us. People walk up to me and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?
Why are you doing this? Why are you playing Converge at like 11 o'clock at night?
Why do you hate the crowd here?"
I can't believe they let us do it for so long. I mean, it kept on going.
And you and fucking you guys would get crazy up there.
Yeah.
We would get nuts.
That was
pretty
fun.
fun.
That was super fun.
Good old days.
Yeah.
Is there any?
Now we're just men with no friends.
That's true. This is
I mean,
fun to
there's
be
a
online
saying. I don't know
talking.
who said it. A person who speaks the truth has no friends.
It happens. I watched it happen to Jeff, and then I slowly started watching it happen to me. And I was like, too late now. They're gone. Well, it's like.
Is there any YouTube
Jeff is-
video that you can find, like the song "Stand Up, Stand and Fight" from the Founders?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Founders. Mark Passio's new band's pretty, or his newer band, newish band is pretty rad.
Is
We
it?
have the little thumb drive. We bought the thumb drive from Mark with it on it. But
Okay.
Insanity was really fucking good. Like that's
like it.
they're
gotta
still
check it
around.
out.
They still play. But
That's awesome.
yeah.
It's his
What was
best.
your band called, Cam, that you had? You and
Lantern.
yeah. You guys were
Lantern.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, we had fun. Those are good days. What was your band, Jeff? Oh, wait. What was it? Does anybody know?
Made a little bit more money than you.
Yeah, a lot. Good man.
I remember I saw Lantern. You guys played like outside at some party. That shit was a vibe, man.
Was it? Oh, whoa. The one in were you at that one in Echo Park?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was fun. We were celebrities back then. Small time ones. It was fun.
Yeah, small time.
Yeah, music is important for creativity and everything. Like,
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creating things in your 20s is a lot different than creating things after your 20s. Because if you have endless energy in your 20s, and after that you're like, okay, what was I good at there? Like, let's try to focus on that, and then you end up working construction and growing pot.
Not playing music. Graffiti.
Living on a mountaintop somewhere.
Jeff is a master mechanic. I don't know where the fuck he learned it. Like, he was a mechanic at like 12. I don't know how the hell. Like,
yeah, was my whole fucking life. I can't stand it anymore. I can't do it.
What a special thing for you, though. I mean, what a thing that brought you through ups and downs, though, right?
Yeah. I always was able to take care of myself with that, and it was cool. Last couple months ago, me and my son changed the timing belt on Allie's car. My son is ridiculous
skills
mechanically inclined, which is really cool, because that's always something he can fall back on. And it teaches you to use a different part of your brain, you know. Life completely different in a weird way. Wow, where we're getting close to 4 hours, gentlemen. I'm gonna play this really good Alan Watts video. You should watch it. And it was great seeing you, Cam.
Thanks. I'll be back
next week. We'll talk deeper.
Yep.
It's a pleasure.
We're gonna do. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Arian. I know it's like fucking 5 a.m. where you're at or something.
7 a.m. almost. Yeah.
7 a.m. Oh my god.
It's okay. That's cool. Good job.
Thanks
man.
for Darren's ghost for hanging out.
Oh yeah, Darren.
Oh, he's there.
We had a session with Esteban a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah. Darren's looking skinny.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey,
dude.
guys.
Peace.
All right.
Love you guys. See you next week.
Love you too.
Imagine standing at the
Thanks
edge
for
of a
having me,
vast
guys.
wilderness,
Thank you.
hearing nothing but the wind brushing through the trees. There are no voices, no handshakes, no laughter to fill the silence, only you. For many, this image evokes fear, a sense of desolation. But what if I told you this is where the greatest journey begins? Loneliness is often seen as an unwelcome guest, an enemy to happiness and fulfillment. Yet much of what we perceive as loneliness is a construct of the mind, born from a misunderstanding of what it truly means to be alone. We equate the absence of companionship with an emptiness, a void that must be filled. But this association overlooks a profound truth. Loneliness is not the absence of people, but a disconnection within ourselves. It is an illusion, a narrative we tell ourselves when we fail to recognize the depth of our relationship with existence itself. Imagine a man walking alone in a forest. The trees surround him, the wind whispers through the leaves, and the earth beneath his feet supports his every step. He hears the chirping of birds and the distant rustle of unseen creatures. Is he truly alone? The mind might say yes, because there are no human voices to answer him. But the heart, if it listens closely, will know otherwise. Every breath he takes connects him to the world around him, to the invisible web of life that sustains all living things. The air he inhales was once part of a mountain breeze, a river's mist, or the exhale of another being. In this way, he is in constant communion, even in solitude. The illusion of loneliness arises when we focus solely on what is absent rather than what is present. We are conditioned to seek validation, companionship, and interaction as markers of worth and belonging. These external connections, while meaningful, are not the entirety of our experience. When they are missing, we panic, mistaking their absence for isolation. But this perspective is limited. To see beyond it, we must shift our focus inward and outward simultaneously, realizing that connection is a state of being, not a circumstance. Consider the moments in life when you felt truly connected to another person. Was it the presence of their body alone that made the connection meaningful, or was it the exchange of energy, understanding, and mutual recognition? If it is the latter, then connection is not inherently tied to physical proximity or spoken words. It is something deeper, more profound, an alignment, a resonance. And this resonance can exist even when no one else is physically near. We are given a rare opportunity to cultivate this resonance within ourselves. We can sit with our thoughts, feelings, and sensations without the distraction of external voices. Initially, this may be uncomfortable. The chatter of the mind grows louder in the absence of others, filling the space with doubts, fears, and unmet desires. Yet, if we persist, if we remain present with this discomfort, it begins to transform. What once felt like an oppressive silence becomes a gentle, supportive stillness. In that stillness, we discover that we are never truly alone. We are accompanied by our breath, our heartbeat, and the living world around us. The man with no friends is not a figure to be pitied or misunderstood. He is not necessarily lonely, though he may be perceived that way by those who equate solitude with suffering. Instead, he is in a unique position to see through the illusion of loneliness, to understand that true connection is not about how many people surround us, but how deeply we are attuned to ourselves and the universe. This understanding does not diminish the value of human relationships. On the contrary, it enhances them. A man who knows he is not alone, even when physically isolated, approaches others not from a place of neediness, but from abundance. He does not seek friends to fill a void, but to share the richness of his experience. His connections are not desperate attempts to avoid solitude, but joyful extensions of the harmony he has found within. Loneliness, then, is not a state to be avoided, but a teacher to be embraced. It shows us where we have forgotten our inherent interconnectedness, urging us to look beyond the surface of our lives. When we do, we see that the world is alive with relationships, even in moments of quiet solitude. The air touches our skin, the earth cradles our steps, and the sun warms our days. These are not insignificant interactions, they are reminders of the profound intimacy we share with existence. To see loneliness as an illusion is not to deny its pain. The experience of feeling disconnected is real and valid, but it is also a doorway, a chance to rediscover the threads of connection that are always present, even when hidden from view. When we step through this doorway, we realize that the man with no friends is not abandoned or forsaken. He is simply walking a path that leads to a deeper understanding of what it means to belong. In this light, solitude becomes a gift, not a burden. It strips away the distractions of the external world, leaving us face to face with the most important relationship of all, the one we have with ourselves. And in nurturing that relationship, we dissolve the illusion of loneliness, uncovering the truth that we are never truly alone. Within each of us resides an often overlooked companion, an ever-present presence waiting to be acknowledged, the inner friend. This relationship, more intimate and enduring than any external connection, is the foundation upon which all other relationships are built. Yet, in the noise of daily life and the constant pursuit of external validation, we often neglect or fail to recognize this profound bond. The man with no friends is uniquely positioned to explore this realm, where the absence of external companionship reveals the depth of the internal one. To cultivate a friendship with oneself is not an indulgence, but a necessity. When we are disconnected from our inner selves, we experience a hollowness that no amount of external relationships can fill. This disconnection manifests in subtle ways: a constant need for reassurance, a fear of being alone, or a tendency to lose oneself in the expectations and opinions of others. These are signs that the inner friend has been ignored, left unacknowledged in the pursuit of outward connection. But what does it mean to befriend oneself? At its core, it is about acceptance, a radical embrace of who we are in our entirety. This includes not only our strengths and triumphs, but also our flaws, our fears, and our failures. To be a friend to oneself is to create a safe space where we can be authentic, without judgment or pretense. It is to look inward with curiosity and compassion, rather than criticism or disdain. The man with no friends, unencumbered by the distractions of external relationships, has the opportunity to turn inward and explore this territory. Initially, this process may be daunting. Without others to reflect back our worth or provide a sense of identity, we may feel unmoored, unsure of who we are. But this uncertainty is a gift in disguise. It is an invitation to define ourselves not through the eyes of others, but through the clarity of self-awareness. As we cultivate this inner friendship, we begin to notice a shift. The restlessness that comes from seeking validation from others starts to fade. In its place arises a quiet confidence, a sense of being whole and complete as we are. This does not mean that we no longer value or desire external relationships. Rather, it means that we approach them from a place of abundance rather than need. We no longer seek friends to complete us, because we are already whole. Instead, we seek them to share in the richness of our experience. This inner friendship also provides a sanctuary in times of difficulty. Life is unpredictable, and even the closest relationships can falter or fade. In such moments, those who have cultivated a strong relationship with themselves are better equipped to navigate the storms. They can draw upon their inner resources, finding solace and strength within, rather than being entirely dependent on external support. The inner friend is not a static presence, but a dynamic one. It evolves and deepens over time, as we engage with it through practices like reflection, mindfulness, and self-care. Each moment we spend in solitude, truly present with ourselves, is an act of nurturing this relationship. Whether it is through journaling our thoughts, meditating on our emotions, or simply sitting quietly and observing our breath, these small acts accumulate, weaving a bond that is unshakable. This relationship also transforms the way we relate to the world. When we are in harmony with ourselves, we are better able to connect with others in meaningful ways. We no longer approach relationships from a place of fear or lack. Instead, we bring to them the qualities we have cultivated within patience, understanding, and love. In this way, the inner friend not only enriches our own lives, but also enhances the lives of those we interact with. There is a profound freedom in being your own friend. It liberates you from the endless cycle of seeking approval and fearing rejection. It allows you to stand confidently in your own truth, even when others may not understand or agree. This freedom is not about isolation, but about integration and integration of all parts of yourself into a harmonious whole. The man with no friends is not alone. He is accompanied by a presence that is deeper and more enduring than any external connection. By turning inward and nurturing this inner friendship, he discovers a source of strength and joy that is independent of circumstance. This is not a path of loneliness, but of profound connection, one that begins within and radiates outward to touch every aspect of life. In embracing the inner friend, we unlock the key to true companionship, a companionship that is unwavering, resilient, and ever-present. It is a reminder that we are never truly alone, for within us lies a friend who is always there, waiting to be recognized. Freedom in solitude is one of the most misunderstood gifts life can offer. In a world that values constant interaction, collaboration, and visibility, solitude is often seen as a void, a space to be filled, a problem to be solved. Yet within the quiet of solitude lies a profound liberation, one that reveals itself only when we stop resisting and start embracing it. This freedom is not the absence of connection, but the release from the many invisible chains that external relationships and societal expectations often bring. To understand this freedom, one must first confront the discomfort that solitude can evoke. When we are alone, without the familiar rhythms of conversation or the reassuring presence of others, we are left to face ourselves. This can be unsettling because it strips away distractions, leaving us with our raw, unfiltered thoughts and emotions. But it is precisely this stripping away that allows us to access a deeper layer of existence. Without the noise of external influences, we are free to hear the quieter voice within a voice that speaks not of what others want from us, but of what we truly are. There is no one to impress, no one to judge, and no one to please. This absence of external observation is a form of liberation that many of us rarely experience. Even in the company of friends, family, or colleagues, we often perform to some degree, consciously or unconsciously tailoring our behavior to fit expectations. Solitude removes this pressure entirely. It is a space where we can simply be, without the need for pretense or performance. This freedom extends beyond the psychological into the realm of creativity and self-expression. When we are alone, we are free to explore our thoughts, passions, and curiosities without fear of criticism or comparison. In the absence of external voices, our inner voice becomes clearer, guiding us toward insights and ideas that might otherwise be drowned out. Many great works of art, literature, and innovation have been born in solitude, not because these creators were isolated from the world, but because their solitude allowed them to connect more deeply with themselves and, by extension, with the universal human experience. But the freedom of solitude is not limited to moments of creation. It also manifests in the way we perceive and navigate the world. When we spend time alone, we develop a stronger sense of self. We learn to trust our instincts, to define our values, and to make decisions based on our own understanding rather than external approval. This self-reliance is a form of freedom that can transform every aspect of our lives. It enables us to engage with others not out of dependence, but out of genuine desire and mutual respect. Another aspect of this freedom is the ability to disengage from the relentless pace of modern life. Solitude offers a sanctuary from the demands of constant communication and the bombardment of information. It allows us to slow down, to reflect, and to recharge. In this stillness, we often find clarity answers to questions we didn't realize we were asking and solutions to problems we hadn't fully understood. This clarity is a form of liberation, freeing us from the confusion and overwhelm that so often accompany a life lived entirely in the presence of others. It is important to note that the freedom of solitude is not about rejecting relationships or isolating oneself from the world. On the contrary, it is about creating a balance. Solitude allows us to step back and gain perspective, so that when we do engage with others, we can do so with authenticity and presence. It is a practice of renewal, a way to ensure that our connections are grounded in choice, rather than necessity. For the man with no friends, solitude is not a punishment, but an opportunity. It is a chance to experience the kind of freedom that many people never know: the freedom to explore his own mind, to nurture his own soul, and to define his own path. This freedom is not without its challenges, but it is in these challenges that the greatest growth occurs. By embracing solitude, he learns to find joy and meaning within himself, rather than seeking them solely in external circumstances. In a society that often equates solitude with loneliness, the idea of freedom in solitude may seem counterintuitive. But those who have experienced it understand its power. They know that true freedom is not about escaping from others, but about discovering oneself. It is about realizing that our worth is not determined by our relationships, but by our ability to live in alignment with our own truth. The man with no friends, unbound by the expectations of others, has the space to explore this freedom fully. In doing so, he discovers that solitude is not an empty space, but a fertile ground for growth, creativity, and self-discovery. It is a reminder that sometimes the most profound connections are the ones we make within ourselves. This is the freedom of solitude, a gift that, once embraced, can transform the way we live, love, and engage with the world. Relationships are often described as mirrors, reflecting our inner world back to us. In every friendship, every interaction, and every connection, we see glimpses of ourselves, our values, fears, desires, and insecurities. These reflections, though valuable, are not always clear or accurate. They can be distorted by the expectations we place on others or the roles we feel compelled to play. For the man with no friends, the absence of these external mirrors creates a unique opportunity, the chance to look inward and examine himself without distortion, discovering who he truly is. When we are surrounded by others, our identity is often shaped by our relationships. We become someone's friend, sibling, partner, or colleague. These roles can bring joy and purpose, but they can also obscure our understanding of who we are outside of those roles. We may find ourselves adapting our behavior to fit the needs or expectations of others, subtly altering our true selves to maintain harmony or connection. Over time, this can lead to a sense of disconnection, not from others, but from ourselves. The man with no friends is free from these external pressures. Without the constant interplay of social dynamics, he is left with himself, his thoughts, his feelings, and his essence. This solitude provides a rare clarity, a chance to see himself as he is rather than as others perceive him. It is a moment of truth, one that can be both daunting and liberating. He can begin to understand the ways in which his past relationships have shaped him. He can reflect on the patterns and themes that have emerged in his interactions with others. Were there recurring conflicts or misunderstandings? Were there moments of connection or disconnection that revealed something about his own inner world? By examining these questions, he gains insight into himself and his own role in the dynamics of friendship. This process of self-reflection is not about assigning blame or dwelling on the past. Rather, it is about recognizing the ways in which his inner state has influenced his outer world. If he has struggled with trust, for example, he may see how this has affected his ability to form close relationships. If he has sought validation from others, he may realize how this has shaped his interactions. These insights, though sometimes uncomfortable, are invaluable. They provide a foundation for growth, a starting point for creating more authentic and fulfilling connections in the future. The absence of external mirrors also challenges him to become his own mirror. In doing so, he must develop a sense of self-awareness and self-compassion. He must learn to see himself not through the eyes of others, but through his own eyes with honesty and kindness. This process is deeply transformative. It allows him to confront his fears and insecurities, to celebrate his strengths, and to accept his imperfections. It is a journey of self-discovery, one that leads to a deeper understanding of his own identity. As he embarks on this journey, he may also come to recognize the interconnectedness of all things. Even in solitude, he is not truly isolated. The world around him, the sky, the trees, the rhythm of his own breath, reflects back to him the beauty and complexity of existence. These reflections, though subtle, are powerful reminders of his place in the universe. They teach him that connection is not limited to human relationships. It is a fundamental aspect of life itself. Through this lens, the man with no friends begins to see his solitude not as a lack, but as an opportunity. Without the distractions of social dynamics, he can delve deeply into his own psyche, exploring the layers of his being. He can confront the parts of himself that he may have hidden or ignored, bringing them into the light of awareness. This process is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. It leads to a sense of wholeness, a feeling of being at peace with oneself. When he eventually re-enters the realm of relationships, he does so with a newfound clarity. He no longer seeks friendships to define him or fill a void. Instead, he approaches them from a place of authenticity and abundance. He understands that relationships are not about completing oneself, but about sharing oneself. He knows that the mirror of relationships, while valuable, is only one aspect of self-understanding. The true mirror is the one he has cultivated within. In this way, the man with no friends transforms his solitude into a source of strength and wisdom. He learns that the absence of external mirrors is not a loss, but a gift, a chance to see himself as he truly is, unencumbered by the distortions of expectation or judgment. And in doing so, he discovers the most profound connection of all the connection to himself. The idea of being disconnected from the world, especially when there are no external friends or companions, is often viewed with a sense of pity or sadness. However, this perspective overlooks a key truth: true connection with others begins with an intimate relationship with oneself. The man with no friends, seemingly isolated, is in a unique position to explore the depths of this internal connection. While society often places value on how many friends one has or how popular one is, the absence of these external ties can allow for a profound understanding of the connection we have with the world and our place in it. At the heart of this exploration is the understanding that the essence of connection is not about quantity, but quality. It is easy to get lost in the idea that we need a network of people to feel connected, to prove our worth, or to validate our existence. We live in a world that constantly reinforces the importance of social status, the number of likes we receive, or the friendships we maintain. But when we remove the noise of these superficial measures, we are left with something far more meaningful: the recognition that connection is an inherent part of being, not something to be earned or proven. The man with no friends, in this context, is free from these external pressures. Without the constant pull of social obligations or the need to meet others' expectations, he is able to deepen his connection with himself. This connection is the foundation of all true relationships because it allows him to approach others from a place of understanding, not neediness. When we are not constantly seeking validation or approval from others, we are able to offer something far more valuable: authenticity. We bring ourselves to the table not because we want something from others, but because we are secure in who we are. This internal connection also allows us to see the world through a different lens. Instead of perceiving people as potential sources of approval or companionship, we begin to see them as fellow travelers on the same journey, each with their own struggles and joys. This shift in perspective fosters empathy and compassion, as we are no longer concerned with how others view us, but with how we can truly understand and support them. The man with no friends, having cultivated this deep inner connection, is able to approach the world with an open heart and mind, ready to engage in relationships that are not based on superficial expectations, but on genuine understanding and mutual respect. The beauty of this internal connection is that it allows for a freedom of expression and action that is not bound by the constraints of social norms or judgments. When we are no longer concerned with fitting into predefined roles or meeting the expectations of others, we are free to express ourselves fully. This freedom allows us to explore new ideas, passions, and experiences without the fear of being judged or rejected. The man with no friends, in this sense, is not restricted by the boundaries of social expectations. He is free to discover who he truly is and to live in alignment with his authentic self. Cultivating this deep inner connection provides a sense of peace and fulfillment that is not dependent on external circumstances. Many people seek fulfillment through relationships, careers, or possessions, hoping that these things will bring them a sense of completeness. However, this external pursuit of fulfillment is often fleeting and unsustainable. When we cultivate an internal connection, we realize that fulfillment comes from within. It is found in the simple moments of being, in the stillness of the mind, and the appreciation of the present moment. This realization brings a sense of contentment that transcends the need for constant validation from others. The man with no friends may initially feel the pangs of isolation, but through his journey of self-discovery, he realizes that the very absence of external companionship can serve as a catalyst for a deeper, more profound connection to life itself. This connection is not just with oneself, but with the entire web of existence. We are all part of the same tapestry, interconnected in ways that transcend time, space, and individual relationships. The more we cultivate an understanding of our own existence, the more we come to understand our place in the world and our relationship with all living things. When we are grounded in this deep internal connection, we no longer need to seek approval or validation from others. We understand that we are whole and complete as we are. This sense of self-worth does not come from the number of friends we have or the social circles we belong to. It comes from the knowledge that we are an integral part of the universe, deserving of love, respect, and connection simply because we exist. The man with no friends, in this sense, is not truly alone. He is connected to the world in a way that many never experience, because he has turned inward to discover the boundless, unshakable connection that exists within. This connection is not fleeting or conditional. It is eternal and infinite, found in every breath, every thought, every moment. It is a connection that is always available, regardless of our social circumstances, and it is the foundation of all meaningful relationships. Through this inner connection, the man with no friends comes to realize that he is never alone. He is always connected to the world, to life, and to himself. To live without friends does not mean living without joy, meaning, or fulfillment. The assumption that a life without external companionship is a life devoid of these things is an idea rooted in the societal norms of external validation and social connection. We are taught to look outward for happiness, to seek approval, and to surround ourselves with people who affirm our worth. But in reality, the greatest source of joy and fulfillment comes not from others, but from within. The man with no friends, unencumbered by the demands of social approval, is free to explore and cultivate a sense of meaning that does not depend on the presence of others. In fact, the absence of friendships may create the fertile ground needed for a deeper, more authentic connection with life itself. This idea is often difficult to grasp in a world that values social interaction above all else. From a young age, we are conditioned to believe that we must conform to social expectations in order to find happiness. The pressure to maintain a network of friends, to fit in with groups, and to constantly be connected is immense. Social media only reinforces this idea, presenting curated lives of perfect friendships and external validation. Yet the pursuit of such external connections often leads to an emptiness that cannot be filled. We find ourselves surrounded by people but still feel lonely, unfulfilled, and disconnected. This paradox reveals a fundamental truth. The pursuit of external validation can never truly satisfy the deeper, more lasting needs of the soul. For the man with no friends, this truth becomes evident. Without the need to fulfill social expectations or chase the fleeting satisfaction of external approval, he has the freedom to focus on what truly matters, his own inner peace and contentment. In the absence of constant social interaction, he has the space to cultivate a sense of purpose and joy that is entirely self-contained. This does not mean withdrawing from the world or rejecting human connection. Rather, it means redefining the sources of happiness and fulfillment. It is a call to look inward and discover that true joy is not found in the approval of others, but in the simple act of being alive and present. This journey towards self-fulfillment is one that requires deep introspection and self-awareness. It requires learning to be comfortable with silence, with solitude, and with one's own thoughts. The man with no friends is often forced to confront the uncomfortable aspects of his own psyche. In doing so, he may discover passions, desires, and interests that had been hidden beneath the noise of daily life. Without the distraction of social obligations or the constant need for external validation, he is free to explore these interests and find meaning in them. One of the greatest gifts of solitude is the ability to reconnect with one's true self, to rediscover what brings joy and meaning without the influence of others. When we are constantly surrounded by people, it is easy to lose sight of our own needs and desires. We may adapt our preferences to fit in with the crowd, or compromise on our values to maintain relationships. But when we step away from the influence of others, we are left with only ourselves and the quiet wisdom that resides within. This is where true fulfillment lies, not in the pursuit of external relationships, but in the cultivation of a deep connection to our own lives. The man with no friends, instead of feeling deprived, can view his solitude as a sanctuary where he can explore the depth of his own existence. He has the freedom to nurture his body, mind, and spirit in ways that align with his deepest values and desires. This internal fulfillment is not dependent on the presence of others. It is an inherent quality that exists within every person, waiting to be uncovered and embraced. As he embarks on this journey of self-fulfillment, he may also discover a greater connection to the world around him. When we stop seeking validation and begin to live authentically, we open ourselves to a deeper appreciation of life. We become more attuned to the beauty of the natural world, the kindness of strangers, and the simple pleasures of everyday existence. Our sense of connection shifts from a dependence on others to an awareness of the interconnectedness of all things. This broader perspective allows us to find joy in the most ordinary moments, seeing life as a gift rather than something to be endured. Living without friends can also lead to a sense of resilience and independence that many people may never develop. When we are not reliant on others for validation or support, we become more self-sufficient. We learn to solve our own problems, to find solutions within ourselves, and to create our own path. This sense of independence brings with it a profound sense of empowerment. The man with no friends does not live in isolation, rather. He lives with the knowledge that he is capable of creating his own happiness and meaning. This inner strength, built on a foundation of self-reliance and inner fulfillment, allows him to navigate life with confidence and grace. The absence of friends may initially seem like a void, but it is actually a space that is full of potential. It is an opportunity to discover that the source of all joy and fulfillment lies not in the approval of others, but in our own ability to connect with the essence of life itself. The man with no friends, by learning to cultivate his own happiness and meaning, discovers a deeper connection to the world around him, a connection that is not dependent on others, but on the understanding that true fulfillment is found within. In conclusion, the journey of a man with no friends is not a tale of loneliness or deprivation, but one of profound self-discovery, freedom, and growth. While society may pressure us to define ourselves through the relationships we form and the social circles we belong to, true fulfillment comes not from external validation, but from the deep connection we build within ourselves. The absence of friends provides a unique opportunity and invitation to explore and cultivate a sense of purpose. meaning and joy that is self-contained and independent of others. Through solitude, we gain clarity, understanding, and the freedom to express our authentic selves without the constraints of societal expectations. The man with no friends, free from the need for external approval, discovers that his true value lies not in how many people surround him, but in his ability to embrace his own existence fully and authentically. In the quiet spaces of his life, he learns to cultivate joy, empathy, and a deep connection to the world that transcends conventional relationships. This journey teaches us that we are never truly alone. The freedom that comes from being comfortable with solitude leads to a greater understanding of our place in the world and our connection to all of life. In the absence of friendships, we find the most profound connection of all, the connection to ourselves and to the universal truths that unite us all. The man with no friends is not lost in isolation, rather. He is found in the boundless, eternal connection that exists within. And in this connection, he discovers the greatest source of happiness, meaning and fulfillment, the realization that all we ever need to be whole is already within us.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every